with that too. And if it's time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination. Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2019.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Does learning a language feel like this?
No habla español?
Hablo.
It's hablo?
Yes.
It's hablo.
Bom dia, like good day, good morning, I think.
I can say je m'appelle David, but that's probably it.
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
This year is my year to get fluent in Spanish, and Babbel is definitely going to help me do that. The app is so easy to use, and it's so practical. It helps you learn things that you will actually need.
Since my husband is from Guatemala, I'll apply what I've learned in Babbel to our real-life situations.
I've tried other language learning apps, and nothing really stuck. Babbel's been a complete game changer for me.
Hoy es miércoles y el clima está muy bueno afuera.
Estoy con fome. Eu não tomei café de manhã.
Je suis des États-Unis et tu viens tu.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Start the new year in a new Kia at Matt Blatt Kia in Toms River or Egg Harbor Township today. The new year is an opportunity to set new goals and start fresh. And at Matt Blatt Kia, our goal is to get you out of that old car you hate. Come in today or visit us online and get the credit you deserve this new year. 0% APR financing available for up to 75 months on new 2021 Kia Sportage LX SUVs in stock. Plus, Matt Blatt Kia in Toms River and Egg Harbor Township wants your trade, even if you owe thousands more than it's worth. Plus, you can't make a mistake with our 4-day love it or leave it return policy.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
Offers with approved Tier 1 or 2 credit through Kia Motors Finance. Not all will qualify. 0% based on 1516 per 1,000 borrowed. Go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details. Expires 2/4/2021. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township. And now on Route 37 in Toms River.
The radio home of the 76ers.
That's what he does, bucket.
WENJ HD Millville, Atlantic City. 97.3 ESPN. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Blatt Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
And a Thursday edition of the Sports Bash starts right now. What is going on, everybody? We have so much to get into. A Sixers win last night, an ugly Flyers loss last night, but as they would say on Action News, but the big story, it's the Eagles, Carson Wentz. There's new information. We're on it. I'm Mike Gill, at Mike Gill Show. That's Hunter Brody, at Brodes81. Josh Hennings producing today's show. And you out there, wherever you may be listening and or watching the show, through our website, 973ESPN.com. You can watch the show live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Just go to our website, 973ESPN.com. So, some interesting news today. Our friends over at Inside the Birds, the Inside the Birds podcast, have this report per Adam Kaplan and Jeff Mosher from Inside the Birds, Brodes. The Birds' high-ranking NFL personnel source believes the Colts are best equipped to land Wentz if the Eagles pull the trigger. That's not saying that they're going to. All that is essentially saying is they're best equipped. But then the NFL.com report comes out not too long after that essentially says the Eagles are now taking calls for Carson Wentz. So I guess the question becomes, is it inevitable that Carson Wentz will be traded? And by the way, this is 3 years to the day the Philadelphia Eagles won their one and only Super Bowl. This should be a day of looking back and reflecting, and now we're just looking about what happened from that time to get us here where that player is now potentially going to be gone.
Yeah, it's pretty ironic that it plays out that way. But yes, to answer your question, it is inevitable that this is going to happen. And I like how these reporters, whether it's Adam Schefter or Mike Garafolo or Ian Rapp or whoever is throwing it out there, it's always like, yeah, but, the Eagles aren't trying to trade him, but they're willing to take calls. Stop with this dancing around stuff, right? I think it's pretty obvious what's going on. They're going to trade Carson Wentz.
Yeah, this is Howie Roseman isn't making the calls. his phone just has the ringer on.
Yeah, but he wants it to be
normally he has it on silent, but he put that ringer on. He's making sure that he doesn't miss a phone call right now.
I want to throw this at you because I saw some conspiracy theories getting thrown around. We've been hearing about leaks from the NovaCare complex and Howie, Jeffrey Lurie throwing things out there to the public. Is it possible that maybe the phone isn't ringing as much as we think it is, but that's them trying to push that so then other squads maybe pick up the phone for more interest in Carson Wentz? Almost like they're starting this themselves. They're leaking information. They're saying, hey, people are calling us about Wentz, even though it might not be too many, so they can then spark that conversation of it happening more. You lost it on me. What? How quickly Josh jumped up to pick up the phone?
Yeah, and then he did something. He fell. He cursed. I mean, it was just a whole cluster of something happened over there. I can't really see it, but
do you need me to repeat what I was saying?
Heard just
I saw it off the side of my eye, but I was so intensely into my.
It's graceful as an elephant.
Yeah, for sure.
It was like just this boom.
So do you need my conspiracy theory back? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is what I was saying. Apparently,
hold on.
Yeah, you got to regroup a little bit.
Oh yeah. He's injured now. We'll hear about
injured.
this.
Yeah, he's going to go get the broccoli ice pack in probably about 5 minutes. Put it on the elbow.
Ice pack and
he's giving us the middle finger.
You couldn't see that on the camera,
right? He gave us two.
Well, we got two birds.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
One for each of us.
Yeah, and I'm not talking about Bob Marley's two little birds.
Yeah.
This is my message to you. He gives me.
Oh, that's
sorry if you were on the video. I didn't mean to do that. They did see my birds.
Oh, you went for it.
Well, I forgot that I was on the video.
Well, you got to remember that's what we do nowadays.
All right, give me your conspiracy.
Okay. Well, we knew that there were some leaks being brought out from the NovaCare complex. Howie Roseman, Jeffrey Lurie, they were trying to leak out some information over the last handful of weeks when it comes to anything Eagles related. Well, there's a conspiracy theory out there that maybe there's not as many calls on Carson Wentz than we think there is, but they're leaking that there is internally. So maybe more people pick up the phone to check in like, hold on a second, there's a bunch of people calling in on Wentz. Let's see what's going on. And that forces the ring of the phone to happen more often.
Well, they're trying to, get the message out there that they have other teams are reportedly calling about Wentz. So these 8 teams that called about Stafford, they're trying to create the illusion now that they have tweaked their, focus to go to the next guy on their list, whether that's Deshaun Watson, who's probably unrealistic, or whether that's Teddy Bridgewater. Hey, the Panthers wanted to trade Teddy Bridgewater, or they wanted to bring Stafford in. Maybe we'll call about him. The Eagles are now saying, hey, there are others inquiring about Wentz. So if you're interested in Wentz, you better get on the phone.
Yeah, and I am seeing a lot from these NFL reporters that there's possibly a significant bigger market in him than Jared Goff, as if we were questioning, well, what does the Stafford-Goff trade really mean for Carson Wentz? Well, apparently there's a lot more buzz on Wentz than there ever was with Goff, and I don't know if that's shocking to hear, but we just didn't know. We had no clue what the market would be like because he played so poorly, because there's so much drama. It was up in the air. We had no clue. But to hear that there's more interest than there ever was on Jared Goff, well, that's promising.
Right. Now, the report from Garofalo and Rappaport basically confirmed what the Inside the Birds guys reported. They mentioned the Colts directly, but say there are other teams. And now the report is obviously leaked from the Eagles organization. And look, either way you slice it, the Eagles are stuck with $34 million in dead money. But we now see precedents. The Rams have traded their quarterback and took on the dead money. So essentially, does it make sense for teams to call the Eagles? Absolutely. Because they know there's a guy who still hasn't talked. He's not happy. The Eagles would probably be way okay with moving on. The question is, how much could they get for him? And Matthew Stafford got a haul that had 2 future first-round picks. Howie Roseman owes it to himself to see how much Wentz is worth.
No doubt about it.
Even if he has no intention, if he goes into this and says, I ain't trading Carson Wentz, he better have the ringer on, though, to see what kind of calls he gets. And if somebody blows the doors off him, you eat the dead money.
Yeah, and I know this is all going to revolve around that dead money with Wentz, but I kind of brought this up yesterday, and it's something I'm thinking about now. What does this mean for some of the other guys? If you do move on from Wentz with that dead cap, does that force you to not move on from another guy for dead cap? Because it's not just the $34 million. You got to think about Deshaun, Alshon, Malik Jackson. Those are 3 names that just come to the top of my head. Now you got to add those dead cap money to the $34 million. Does this now limit some of your future plans if you move on from Carson Wentz? I just wonder, what does this mean for other pieces that you're thinking about moving on in a dead cap situation? But we know they're in cap trouble, that we know that they're committed to this rebuild. So maybe it's all part of it. Hey, let's just eat this dead cap money. We're going to pretty much essentially say this year's going to be a wash, but we got to get our foot on the right track here, and it's going to take maybe a down year for that to happen.
Yeah, I know that a lot of people out there, you're either on one side. They're not moving on from Wentz. Wentz can be fixed, or they need to move on from Wentz. I think the Eagles' message is essentially this. We're going to listen, and if the right move is there, I know what Andrew Brandt said. You are not moving this because of the dead money. I don't think the Eagles are pressing the issue so much as their phone lines are open.
But I just
it's not like I'm sitting, like, I real quick, I don't think Howie Roseman is calling all 32 teams, asking them if they're interested. I think he basically is putting the message out there. If you want to call us, we will take your call.
Yeah, I think that's fair assessment. I just wonder with Carson Wentz, just based off of the personality, how he's unhappy here, there's a disconnect, not just from Doug Peterson and him, but with the front office as well. What if they take all these calls and then they elect to keep him? You don't think he's going to be pulling a Josh and flipping the double birds then too? You know what I mean? Like, he's going to be pissed off even more than he already is. Now, you're a professional athlete. It shouldn't bother you. It's part of the business. But we're also talking about a guy who clearly has emotional issues when it comes to that side of the game. So if you tell me that they take all these calls, but they elect to keep him, you think he's going to go out there and just play so hard for you? Or is he still going to be pissed off internally and there's going to be more drama added to everything else that already happened?
Yeah, I think that, oh, boy, this is going to be an interesting one because, look, free agency doesn't start until the 17th. Teams can't even start moving quarterbacks or signing quarterbacks for over a month now.
But we've talked about this, about the post-June 1st and all. Is there a reason why they're approaching this now? Like, do they want to do it before June 1st, after June 1st? Like, do they have a mentality of what's the best way to do this for us to move forward without Carson Wentz? I just wonder if that's kind of playing in their head. It's got to be.
Yeah, well,
obviously.
I think the underlying factor of this is how much can the Eagles get and what is the line of demarcation that they would take? What is it? Are they holding him to the standard that is what Jared Goff what Matthew Stafford got? So, like, if you're saying we feel that Wentz is on the same level of Stafford, in other words, you need to give us 2 first-round picks. I don't think they're getting that. So what's the line of demarcation that they will say, we are willing to eat the dead money because we are receiving this? And because you're getting younger players in return, that dead money doesn't hurt you as much because you're not paying those players as much money. So, yeah, the salary cap might be $189 million, and you might be starting at $159, but you're not paying those guys a whole heck of a lot of money.
Yeah, are you talking about proven pieces or with draft picks? Because then you got to hit on those draft picks to make sure these guys can play. But yeah, you're right. You would be spending less money on these players. I do think that they're going to play hardball with this and try and make sure they get the best thing possible. I just wonder if it'll be the downfall of it. Are they going to try to push too hard? Are they going to try to get too much? Are they going to play hardball and say, we're only taking 2 first-rounders, and then that's the difference in even making the trade or not? I don't think that's what they need to do. They need to recognize how bad this is internally, where whatever the best offer is, and of course, counter a bid, and you go back and forth to your best of your ability. But at the end of the day, whatever the best offer is, you take it. That's my philosophy.
Chris Hernandez is watching on Facebook. What's up, Chris? He says, what's a good deal for Wentz, and do we draft a new quarterback or go with Hurts? There's a lot there, man. That's a fire-loaded question. What's a good deal for Wentz? I don't know. Are you in the camp that says if you don't get a first-round pick, you're not moving them?
No. I'm at the point where I'm moving Carson Wentz for the best trade possible.
5th-round pick.
No, see, that's too much. I was always under the impression.
What's your line of demarcation?
Okay, well, originally I always thought it would be in like that 3rd pick area, but 3rd-round pick. But because of what I saw Matthew Stafford go for, I think you might get lucky and get someone who offers you a first-round draft pick for Carson Wentz. I'd say 2nd is probably where I'm at. 2nd-round pick.
Now, I want to pop Chris's comment back up on the screen real quick because he said, and do we draft a new quarterback or do we go with Hurts? See, it depends on when you move Wentz, and then you start to evaluate the quarterbacks in this class. I don't know. Are they evaluating quarterbacks right now? Are they even thinking about quarterbacks?
It would be ridiculous to not. You're this high. You're not used to being this high in the draft. You might have to pounce when you get that opportunity, which is now, so you would have to do it. I'm not in love with anyone, obviously, other than Trevor Lawrence. So I think Jalen Hurts can get you by. If you're looking for, he's not going to, the team won't blow up because Jalen Hurts is your quarterback. You'll be competitive. You'll be in games. The teammates love to play for him. So he's sort of like your stopgap guy. I don't think he's your franchise quarterback, but I think he's reasonable to move forward with for a year or two. But during that time, you got to figure out what's long-term for the quarterback position.
You definitely do. And you have to, if you're in that situation, let's say you trade, hypothetically, you moved on from Wentz. You then have to make the decision as to whether or not you are married to Jalen Hurts, or do you not even want him to be your quarterback?
Well, I don't think you have to be married. Can it just be I know it's not the same, but when you get a Ryan Fitzpatrick, he's not someone you're married to. He's not someone that's long-term for you, but
yeah, but
you
he's
rock
different.
it for, I know, but it's that mentality for me with Jalen Hurts, where you go in with him with the season, he'll keep you competitive, he'll keep you involved. Guys will fight for him. He's a smart guy, high character. He's got all the intangibles. He might not be your franchise guy, but he's more of like a stopgap guy. And that's kind of how I see Jalen Hurts, where you can win games with him. You'll be in fights with him. He'll lead you out there. You won't fall apart, but he's kind of your stopgap guy until you figure out, is he it, or you got to go in another direction?
Here's what Ian Rappaport said on the NFL Network earlier today.
My understanding, and this is reporting I'm done with colleague Mike Garafolo, is the Philadelphia Eagles are now fielding calls about potentially trading Carson Wentz. Teams are calling them, trying to see how much interest do the Eagles have in moving their former and potentially still franchise quarterback. And while the Philadelphia Eagles have been pretty clear publicly about saying that Carson Wentz is in their plans, they don't plan to trade him right now, they're also not hanging up the phone. And of course, let's talk about the money for a second. Carson Wentz, if he is not on the team in 2021, they're not going to cut him. That cap charge is too big. But trading him would actually save the Eagles $25 million as far as cash, and also cap would get $33 million in dead money against the salary cap. That is manageable, obviously, depending on what they get back in a possible trade. This is all very fluid. This is in the infancy, but teams are calling the Eagles to see, would they trade Carson Wentz and Favon from their former starter.
All right, that was Ian Rappaport on the NFL Network. Teams are calling. They are listening. You heard the money part of it. He did say they're not going to cut him because it's too much. But the thought that if it wasn't too much, would they think about cutting him?
Absolutely.
I think that's the fact that he said that, well, they're not cutting him because it would be too big of a hit. Would they think about cutting him if it wasn't too big of a hit?
Probably not, only because you can get something back in trade value, but in terms of it being that bad inside the NovaCare complex, yes. When it comes to the drama surrounding Carson Wentz, yes, it's that big of a deal where you would think about it. I did think it was funny, though, that he said it'll save you around $25 million. No one's ever going to cut someone to take a $60 million cap hit. So it's funny to be like, oh, well, trading him and only taking a $34 million cap hit, you save yourself $25 million. No one really thinks that way. I just thought that was a funny way to put it.
It definitely, we talked about this before with Andrew Brandt. If you trade him post June 1st, you can spread the hit over 2 seasons. So
But he added a little bit to that. He added that it's actually an extra $10 million because of a signing bonus or something of that for him being on the roster at a certain date. Instead of it being 34, it's actually 44, but you can separate that over the 2 years. That's what Andrew was telling us. So
correct.
It's $10 million more than what the 34 would be.
Joe Show's watching on YouTube, says, I think if you include Ertz and Wentz, you get 2 first-round picks. I think, Joe Show, you're nuts.
I agree with you. He is nuts.
Yeah, I don't think anybody – look, Ertz to me, I don't want to say broken down, beat up, but people understand. I don't know. Do you view Ertz at the end of the line or just that he was hurt this year?
Yeah, I think it's more he was hurt this year. I think he's probably so pissed off with how it all went down that he might thrive in another situation to kind of prove it to the Eagles. Not just the Eagles, himself, everyone around the league. I'm not finished yet.
Ertz's contract precludes you, in my opinion, to getting that kind of value.
Well, take Wentz away from it.
He's 30 years old, by the way.
If you trade Ertz, you're not getting a first-round draft pick. So take away Wentz. If you trade Ertz alone, you're not getting a first-round draft pick. So how would Ertz and Wentz together get you 2 first-rounders?
Well, I guess you're saying, hey, as a package deal, we're getting these two guys together. Maybe for, I don't know. I agree. That's why I'm saying I don't know what this guy's thinking is on how you would get 2 first-round picks. I'm not sure that's the case because keep in mind, Zach Ertz's contract, he still has time on the contract. He is owed not a lot of money, but $7.75 million this coming year, and then he's a free agent. So, yeah, somebody's getting him at a good price for 2021, but then they have to worry about signing him. They're not going to give up a first-round pick thinking that the guy's going to walk out the door.
Absolutely. And how about this, though, for Carson Wentz? Maybe I'm reading the market the wrong way, but if it was a second-round pick was your best offer for Wentz, are you pulling the trigger if you're the Eagles?
Probably.
I am. Oh, no, I even said I would for a third. I'm that done with this
So third
situation.
is your line of demarcation.
Probably, yes, third. Third for me is it.
Tommy is watching on Facebook. He says if they keep Wentz, what happens then? All right, let's start with that. What happens if they keep Wentz? They have a quarterback competition and or Wentz is handed the job. I think they're the only two factors. If they keep Wentz, what happens? There's two things. There's a quarterback competition or they give Wentz the job.
I'm at the point now where this is so ridiculous. I just don't know how you even bring this guy back. If he's back, we're going to have the worst season again. We're going to have all this drama all over again. This is nonstop. This isn't going anywhere. One bad game all week long. It's this all over again. Put in Hurts. It's going to be intensified by 1 billion. I don't know how you bring this guy back. I don't know how.
Joey D is watching on Facebook. What's up, Joey D? Says to get rid of Wentz, does the 6th overall pick go with it? Now, that's a good question because I'm imagining, are reading the Goff trade and said they had to trade Goff and send 2 picks with them. Now, keep in mind, those 2 picks were future picks. They weren't in this particular draft. So I guess you could say, we'll give you Wentz and a future first-rounder.
I don't think we're going to have to do that.
The difference is Goff got back in return a player that the Rams valued more than they did Goff. I don't think the Eagles would trade Wentz away and take your team's quarterback back unless you were saying, hey, Houston, you want to give us Watson? Then we might give you the 6th pick. Would you do that? Wentz and the 6th pick for Watson. If Watson wants out of there so bad, would you give them Wentz and the 6th for Watson? You have to.
Absolutely. And it would probably cost more than that, and I would still be willing to do that if that was the case. So, yes, if there's a package that you could put together for Deshaun Watson, it's a no-brainer for me that I would go down that road because this is so brutal. This is just honestly ridiculous, and I'm sick and tired of it. I really am. I'm over this. I want it to be done with. I want it to be over with. I don't want to keep dealing with this every single day.
I don't think you're going to get your wish.
You don't think so? You think he's going to be back?
No, I'm saying you want it to be done with. I'm saying are you saying done with that? You just don't care when it's done. You just are done with Carson Wentz, or you want this to be done, meaning trade him as fast as possible.
No, definitely not the second one. The first one. I'm done with the Carson Wentz era. I was asked this question the other day. Brodes, are you over the Carson Wentz era? And I said yes instantly. It wasn't even a double thought. I didn't have to double think about it. Yes, I'm done with it. There is too much surrounding this.
Now, how are you saying this guy's name? B. Lizzle?
Yes.
All right. B. Lizzle is watching on YouTube. What happens when he is traded and thrives?
That's fine. I think he will succeed in another place. I think he doesn't like it that much here. But it's okay to say the Eagles will work out in a positive way, and Carson Wentz can work out in a positive way.
Funny. Now, Connor Spencer is watching on YouTube, and he says, I hope he gets traded and thrives. Almost word for word what B. Lizzle says. He says, what happens when he is traded? And Connor says, I hope he does get traded and he thrives.
Yeah, look, there's a lot of Carson Wentz supporters out there that still want him here, that think they can fix this up and they can get Sirianni to come in and change it all. But I feel those people don't really value the locker room side of things. How much respect does he have walking in that locker room on day one?
I don't know, but John brings up this point. He's watching on YouTube. What's up, John? If he's back and plays good, this all goes away. They rallied around him in 2019.
If he has the 2019 version of himself, I still think he gets ripped apart. He was brutal not brutal. He wasn't fantastic.
Well, that's what I said to Moshe yesterday.
Days.
Unless he's the 2017 version of himself, he's got no shot. Like, he was up and down, but towards the end, he carried that team to the playoffs.
They were 5-7. 5-7. If you tell me after 12 games the Eagles are 5-7 with Carson Wentz, you think it's going to be all whoop-de-doo happy people? Hell no. The answer is hell no. He would be getting destroyed.
Joe Show, I'm sorry to say this, but the drama is becoming worse than the TO drama.
Do you think so? The difference is it's your quarterback. But Donovan obviously was in play with the TO drama, but it's different because it's a wide receiver. Wide receivers are divas. Like, he's not the first wide receiver to really explode and be a nightmare situation in a locker room.
That's an interesting question because that team went to the Super Bowl, and then the next year the drama was so bad that they won like 5 games. They were horrible.
And it did tie together with the quarterback, so it wasn't solely just the wide receiver. I don't know, though. I don't know if this is – I don't know. That's a really good question.
That is a good question. Mark Armstrong's watching on YouTube. Sad to think that Carson has to walk into a good situation to be successful. I don't think he can carry a team the whole year. He has to walk into a good situation.
Isn't that the same Matthew Stafford thing, though, we were kind of discussing yesterday with you can only ask a quarterback to do so much. There's only maybe 2 or 3 that you're talking about that can walk into a dumpster fire organization and just win because they're that talented. You need to be surrounded by good pieces to win. It's a 53-man roster for a reason.
Yeah, it's, does he have to walk into a good situation? Yeah, I think most do. Who walks into a lousy situation? Give me an example of a lousy situation that someone drastically changed that organization. I can't think of a
No, I'm thinking
one.
of like the draft picks of like Josh Allen, for example. When he got drafted high, it took him a couple years to get going, and they kind of had to rebuild everything. Sam Darnold, I'm just thinking of the higher draft picks that are quarterbacks that went somewhere, and it doesn't just happen with the snap of your fingers. You kind of have to build things up.
I mean, look at the Browns. They basically have been a bad situation for years and years and years. They finally made the playoffs this year, but how many years? It's been, 3 years? They had the number 1 overall pick in the draft, and it's taken them some time just to get to become a playoff team, let alone a Super Bowl contender. I don't know. That question's interesting, but look, that's not our problem that you have to worry about. If the Eagles try to find a good situation or a bad situation, here's the thing. Indianapolis would be a great situation. It's not a good situation. That would be the perfect situation for him, don't you think?
Yeah. I wonder how Frank Reich is thinking about this, though. Does he realize how brutal it was? Does he know things inside where it's like, I don't want a piece of him? Is there any chance that Frank Reich thinks, I don't want Carson Wentz?
We could discuss that. Joe Valerio played in an interesting situation. He was with the Kansas City Chiefs. He played with Joe Montana, but he also knows Andy Reid really well. You'll hear his connection to Andy Reid, the Chiefs, and the Bucs. We'll get his thoughts on a quarterback controversy, how that all plays out in a locker room. It's the Sports Bash brought to you by Matt Blatt Kia. At Matt Blatt Kia, they want to get you approved today. That's Matt Blatt Kia, Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township. Hey, if you're watching us live, we appreciate you. If you're listening on the radio, we also appreciate you because then you don't have to see us. But if you're watching us and you like what you see, continue to comment in the comment section on the side, and we will continue to pop them up on the screen and read them off throughout the show. So thanks to everybody who's been a part of the show. This is the Sports Bash. And don't forget, you can watch on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter through our website, 973ESPN.com. And also, hey, I'm not at home. I want to watch the show. Download the free mobile app, and you can watch it on your phone. It's as simple as that. It's the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. And don't forget, on the other side, former Chief Joe Valerio played with Joe Montana. Great stories coming up.
We never stop talking Eagles and NFL. It's football at 4. Every day at 4 p.m. on the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
Start the new year in a new Kia at Matt Blatt Kia in Toms River or Egg Harbor Township today. The new year is an opportunity to set new goals and start fresh. And at Matt Blatt Kia, our goal is to get you out of that old car you hate. Come in today or visit us online and get the credit you deserve this new year. 0% APR financing available for up to 75 months on new 2021 Kia Sportage LX SUVs in stock. Plus, Matt Blatt Kia in Toms River and Egg Harbor Township wants your trade, even if you owe thousands more than it's worth. Plus, you can't make a mistake with our 4-day love it or leave it return policy.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
Offers with approved Tier 1 or 2 credit through Kia Motors Finance. Not all will qualify. 0% based on 1516 per 1,000 borrowed. Go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details. Expires 2/4/2021. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township. And now on Route 37 in Toms River.
A message from your neighbors and friends at First Bank. We've been serving residents and businesses of Sea Isle City and the surrounding communities for more than 130 years. Today's challenges, while unique, are another opportunity to show our strength and resilience. Our commitment to you remains strong. Whether it's using our drive-through services, bank by phone, the First Bank mobile app, or online banking, we're staying strong with you. Be safe and be secure. First Bank, here for you.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, bro. I don't think I can help you move Saturday. My back is really bugging me. I just don't think I can handle it. Sorry.
Hey, dude, it's John. I know I told you I'd be able to help you move. I think Michelle's really mad at me for something. What's that, honey? Oh, dude, I gotta go. Sorry, man.
Call Clark's Moving and Storage in South Jersey for your next local or long-distance move. Clark's, dependable and always shows up. Call 609-889-0780.
Without more licensed workers, Gary's roofing business might hit its ceiling.
Hey, that new contract just got pushed up. We are going to need all hands on deck to make this happen.
Hey, Gary, you booked me on that other job next week.
It's time to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. The moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database. Indeed delivers 2.5 times more hires than the other branded job sites combined, according to Breezy HR 2019. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get a $75 credit for your first job post. Terms and conditions apply.
The thing about the Name Your Price tool from Progressive is that by now you've heard a lot of ads about the Name Your Price tool from Progressive. We probably don't even need the words, the Name Your Price tool, to tell you that our humpback whale pup gives you options based on your budget, or that our novelty hand buzzer helps you save on car insurance. And that's the thing about the tiny felt bag filled with marbles. At this point, you've heard a lot of ads about the elusive northern bobcat. The Name Your Price tool. The neighbor who baked you banana bread. Only from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering supplies and solutions for every industry, with 24/7 support and experienced staff at over 250 local branches. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you own a small business, you know how hard it can be to find new customers. But maybe you're unaware of new tools that can help your business stand out. Go to GetLocalCustomersNow.com for a free market competitive analysis that will show you what other businesses are doing to find new customers and how you can do it too. There's no cost and no obligation. Be one of the first business owners to sign up and receive $500 in free advertising on this station. Get started today. Visit GetLocalCustomersNow.com. That's GetLocalCustomersNow.com.
The Sports Bash with Mike Gill and Brodes on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. And now you can watch the show live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter at 97.3ESPN.com.
We're going to go over to the Boardwalk Honda hotline. It's brought to you by AmeriSave Mortgage. Lower mortgage rates means more savings. Find out more at amerisave.com. Super Bowl 55, you can hear the game exclusively on 97.3 ESPN. The coverage begins Sunday at 3 o'clock. Joe Valerio played in the for the Kansas City Chiefs on their offensive line and has some really cool stories. Former second-round pick, Kansas City Chiefs, played with Joe Montana back in that era. So when you're thinking about when did you see him play, he was back in that era, 91 to 95, played with Kansas City. Also a University of Penn guy. So a local guy, Ridley High School, drafted in the second round, 1991. We'll get his perspective on this game and just NFL life in general. It's a pleasure to have him on, and he is with us here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN from the Believe in Chiefs podcast. And he, like all guests, appears via the Boardwalk Honda hotline. Joe, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, Mike. Thank you for having me on. Much appreciated. Yeah, I moved back to Philly, so I'm here. I'm a Philly guy, and my kids all went to college relatively local. My one daughter went up to New England, but we're Ocean City every summer, and even in the winter we're there. So we are East Coast Philadelphia people all the way. Even though I spent that great time in Kansas City. So yeah, and then the Penn thing, God, I always joke I was blocking Biff McNutty from Harvard, and then I was going against Reggie White and Howie Long. It was like, what the heck what just happened? Like, how did that happen? But no, had a blast out in Kansas City. It was great. There's a lot of Philly connections too, which is amazing back then. Carl Peterson, general manager, had his stint with the Eagles. Lynn Stiles, Tim Conley. I mean, Carl Hairston, John Bunning, Herm Edwards. I mean, it was like we used to call it Philadelphia West out there.
Well, and the same now. I mean, Andy's out there. You got a bunch of ties out there. You ever have any interaction or cross paths with Andy Reid?
Oh, it's so funny you should say that. I had lunch with Andy on Route 420 in Prospect Park, not far from where I grew up in Ridley. And we met Andy there, a bunch of alums. I was pretty active with the Philadelphia chapter back then. Most of the guys were Eagles guys, but they accepted me into the crew since I moved back to the area. And we took Andy to lunch in his first week with Philadelphia when he joined the squad back then. And I couldn't have been more impressed with him, even in that brief lunch and getting to meet him. And then obviously, got to see him at other events throughout that time. But just that first impression I got from him was, man, he's going to be so right for this city. And he was. I thought it was a great run. Getting to those NFC championships, getting to that Super Bowl, obviously didn't win the big one, but yeah, he's just a fantastic guy. I love him. I got all the time in the world for Coach Reid, I'll tell you.
Yeah, I know. Here he didn't win that big one, like you said, which frustrated a lot of people. But I think the appreciation has come for many in the time that he's been out. But you have been in Kansas City, and it seems that that's a great spot for a guy like Andy. I mean, because Andy here. I don't know. You know how the media can be here and how the fans are here. Yeah. And Andy just didn't want to play that game. I need to do a better job. And it started to frustrate people. You could do that in Kansas City.
Yeah, it's definitely a different environment, right? I mean, even back, how it is today, it's probably, sports has taken on, new meanings in so many places. But even like back when I was playing, which was a complete 180 from what I was used to in Philadelphia with a couple of, 24-hour sports radio shows, every paper had major sports section, right? I'm dating myself all the way back to the Bulletin for crying out loud. But Kansas City, the only time you really had sports coverage was, for the 15 minutes during the network news, right? The local affiliate news, right? And then you had most of the radio stations out there did like either a morning drive or an afternoon drive. And then you'd have the smattering of, player shows on some of the stations, at night where, you do a 2-hour broadcast from a local bar and you'd have a player as a host. And I did that for a couple of years. I did a post-game show for 2 hours after the games. And that was it. Like that was all the coverage you had. People didn't, it's not that they didn't eat, live, and breathe sports. It was done in a different way. And definitely an environment for somebody like Andy, who's a little bit more low key. I think it probably suits him a lot better.
When you watch Andy Reid and the product out on the field with this current team, what impresses you the most about how they play under him?
I think what Andy does, and I think what he's done with Eric Bieniemy and Coach Spagnuolo on the defensive side of the ball as well. Andy, what he doesn't do is he doesn't try to fit his players into his playbook. Andy doesn't have this, cut and paste, square peg. I'm going to fit a round peg with a square hole kind of a playbook. His playbook is designed to meet the talents, the strengths, the weaknesses sometimes of his players. And that's how he builds his playbook. And I think that's what makes him such a great players coach. I think that's why his teams, I'll call it overachieve, like this he puts people in the right place at the right time and designs the game plan around that, what he has, as opposed to like vice versa, where you get some of these strict coaches who say, well, this is my playbook. This is my philosophy. This is what we're going to run. And if you don't fit it, you're out. And he's done that with so many players. I think it's why they shine, right? It's why a Tyrann Mathieu can come to Kansas City and just blossom, right? It's why Chris Jones on the D-line plays so well. You look at his offense, Tyreek Hill, the Legion of Zoom. He said, all right, I'm going to take this speed. I'm going to build a playbook around the speed. And I'm going to have guys going vertically and horizontally and using their speed up the field, across the field. I'm going to take a guy like Travis Kelce and I'm going to build tight end packages around him and put him in the best place to be successful. That's what I feel he does. And that was a long answer to a really short question, but I think that's his greatest strength. I really do. I think all leaders and managers in business or any walk of life could take a lot of lessons from that.
It certainly helps to have a guy like Patrick Mahomes as the quarterback triggering it all too. And I just like, from your perspective, Joe, you played with Joe Montana. Many consider him the coolest customer out there. You see a guy like Mahomes, how that changes an entire team when you have that level of player.
It's a level of confidence that is really hard to replicate if you don't have that. I think back to some of the teams, and I don't mean this to be critical of any player, but I think back to watching guys like Dan Marino. Dan Marino always seemed like he was a stress ball out there, when he was playing, and that rubs off on the players. They feel the pressure. Joe Montana, he was that old saying, he was as cool as the other side of the pillow. I mean, here I am, 305-pound offensive lineman who becomes like one of his target receivers, right, in this tackle eligible series that we had. And, when he would call that play, and I was lucky enough to do it 3 times with him, he never looked at me like, hey, Joe, are you okay? Do you got this? I mean, are you healthy? How's your hands feel? You warmed up, right? Like he just called the play like I was Jerry Rice, right? Like he called the play. We went to the line and he threw the ball. I caught it and we walked up the sideline like it was like I had done it before. And I know that's like a small, weird little example, but that's the kind of that he just exuded that up and down the lineup with all of his players. He never pointed a finger. Somebody dropped the ball, 4th down. Even though he was the last guy. He was the last guy to leave the stadium at night. He was the first guy there. And here was a guy by the time he got to Kansas City, could have pretty much checked it in. I think his leadership by example, and I think that's exactly what Patrick Mahomes is like. It's just cool, and it's an air of confidence it gives the team.
As a former O-lineman, how much does it concern you that Eric Fisher and some of the others are going to be out going up against the Tampa Bay defense that is playing really well right now?
Oh, it's my biggest concern. And if I could tell fans, I told this to our listeners, Jeff Fedot, my partner on Believe, we told them that if there's one thing you can watch in this game, there's going to be a lot of fireworks going on, right? You got 2 great quarterbacks. You got a phenomenal set of skill players, right? Up and down both rosters. But I think if I were to watch one thing, and if I could only have one camera, it would be on the Chiefs' offensive line versus the defensive line of the Bucs. I really do. I feel that's where everybody needs to focus their attention, at least in the early part of the game, right? Until things start to settle in. I'm more worried about this sort of makeshift Chiefs line in the run game than I am in the passing game. And I know that probably sounds a little counterintuitive, but I think it takes more chemistry to get the running attack going because of the zone blocking and the getting the hips together and doing all the teamwork that you have to do. I'm not as concerned, and this could come back to bite me making this statement, but I'm not as concerned, at least right now, going into the game with Patrick in the pass protection, because it seems like he plays better when things are collapsing around him and when teams blitz him and stuff is kind of happening. He has an uncanny way of finding the pocket inside the pocket, and you can't traditionally rush Patrick Mahomes. If you traditionally rush him with the ends coming up field and, the 2 interior tackles, doing stunts or whatever to try to pressure up the middle, Patrick is going to find that open spot in the pocket, and he's going to step up, buy himself an extra second, and he can throw off balance. He can throw while he's rolling out. And I think they're going to have to be, really careful about the way that they rush him, because he's very elusive that way. He's not super speedy, but he's very elusive. I think he has 6 eyes. I really do. I think he's got 2 in the back, 2 in the side, and 2 in the front of his head, because he just sees everything. And so I hope that wasn't too long of an answer, but I think I'm more worried about them establishing the run game with this makeshift line than I am with the pass protection side of it.
Yeah, excellent breakdown. Joe Valerio from the Believe in Chiefs on the Believe Podcast Network, an offensive lineman. And also a University of Penn grad, as you mentioned, make a home here in Ocean City during the summer with his family, so he knows the area well. I want to ask you, as a guy who played the offensive line and obviously still watches the game, you saw what happened in Philadelphia with the constant They had 13 different line combinations. Can you we had Bryant McKinney on yesterday who played tackle and, was a Hall of Fame level player and said it's a problem. But if you're a guy who, you're using everything you have to stay on the field, how difficult is it if 1 week there's a left tackle next to you and the next week there's a different left tackle next to you, and then, hey, by the way, Joe, we're going to need you to go play right guard this week. Like, how difficult when you saw the Eagles maybe from afar changing lines and spots almost weekly, is that a recipe for disaster? And do you think that factors in to why a guy like Wentz struggled so much?
I could not agree with you more. And I know I kind of made that comment about, Patrick being special with the pass rush, but let's put that in context of having a quarterback who's normal, and not Patrick.
I was going to say, we don't have to put Wentz and Mahomes in the same category.
Because even a Tom Brady would struggle with that kind of inconsistency up front, right? Guy's been to 10 Super Bowls. Those kind of drop back quarterbacks really struggle with the inconsistency on the offensive line. I'll point it out. I wish I could show you some film about how it all comes about. The offensive line is the only unit that operates as a unit, right? I mean, defensive line, they got a couple of little stunts here and there that they have to coordinate, but for all intents and purposes, defenses can be a lot more individualistic than playing offensive line. There is so much teamwork. I'm doing air quotes like your listeners can see me, but there's so much teamwork and chemistry that goes on the offensive line, starting with the run game. Like I said, when you're zone blocking, you have to know where somebody's hips are going to be, where their feet are going to be, where their hat placement's going to be. And you're trying to, block a 340-pound defensive tackle with a double team and a guy that runs, a defensive tackle that runs a 4.4 and weighs 350 pounds. And you're trying to double team him because that's the only way you can move guys like that. You're not going to move them one-on-one. They're going to kill you, right? And so to try to block that guy, then get to the linebacker level, all of that timing and footwork comes with consistency, practice, and muscle memory. And it's the same thing in the pass game when defensive linemen are doing stunts and the tackle's crossing the end and the end's looping around. You've got to know what level your partner is going to be on, right? If you're double teaming a pass blocking with the left guard and the left tackle, and there's a twist or a stunt, they need to know when they collide and how to shift and pass off pass rushers. If you watch all of those games, we used to call them, going on the defensive line, and the blitzes that are coming and the communication, you could probably hear the passion in my voice. I coached offensive line at the high school level for like 11 years. And that was the one thing that we tried to do more than anything, was create a consistency with our players, because that is really that's the recipe for success.
I'll say, Joe,
the recipe for disaster.
Joe, I need a color commentator. I need a color commentator when I do high school football games. I might call you back for some of these games down here.
I would love to. That would be great. That would be a treat. I would love to do that. That would be so much fun.
Tremendous breakdowns here. And Joe, I do want to ask you, just on a lighter note, I see you scored 4 touchdowns in your career as the jumbo package tight end. Bigger thrill, scoring a touchdown or maybe winning the biggest game of your career?
Oh, man.
Now, you scored 4 times. I mean, it's like old hat for you now.
Well, the thing about those games is that I every one of them was really special. Because like my first touchdown I had, was from Joe Montana in '93, and it was against the Raiders.
The man caught a touchdown from Joe Montana. This is unbelievable.
Right. And then, who doesn't? What chief doesn't want to score against the Raiders, right? Like, because that's the rivalry, right? That is it. That's like Eagles, Cowboys, Raiders, Chiefs, right? So then in '94, Joe throws me one in the 49ers game, September 11th, 1994. Steve Young, Joe Montana shootout at Arrowhead. I score against the 49ers, and Joe beats Steve Young and sticks it right back at the 49ers. Then later in the season, it's Montana Elway, Monday night, third quarter. He finds me again out in the flat, and bam, he throws me one, and I nesty plunge, right into the end zone. Monday Night Football. It's like, it's really hard to put those. And then the last one, Joe retires, and then Steve Bono, right, the Norristown Flash, as we like to call him, we're playing Buddy Ryan's defense in Arizona, and in that same game, Steve threw me a touchdown, and Steve also, I escorted him down the field on a 76-yard touchdown where he was supposed to throw me the ball, but he decided to run because there was nobody out there, and I beat him. I beat our quarterback in a foot race down the field, and so it was these bizarre games that I was scoring in that was just crazy. So it's hard to compare that feeling when your whole life all you've ever heard was 73 holding, 73 offside, right? My dad, when I first started playing offensive line when I was a little kid in Little League, and I came home and told my dad I got put on the O-line. I asked him, I said, Dad, when am I going to get my name called on the loudspeaker? He goes, when you jump off sides, and I was like, oh, that's no fun, and he said, I said, Dad, what about the cheerleaders? He goes, son, they only did quarterback. So I was like, oh man, so I've toiled in that anonymity for so long. And then to hear my name was pretty cool.
Great stuff. Joe Valerio from the Kansas City Chiefs, host of the Believe in Chiefs on the Believe Podcast Network. He played with the Chiefs, a second-round pick, University of Penn. He's in their Hall of Fame from 91 to 95. And we, of course, have the Chiefs and the Buccaneers. Now, Brady's been in the league so long, you almost probably played against Brady.
I came awfully close. It's crazy, right? I've been out of the league since 1996. When I had a cup of coffee with the Rams, and yeah, I mean, he is wow. I mean, just that kind of longevity is just amazing, right? To be able to do it for as long as he did. I mean, we always joke, players when they get into their 40s, they always say they have one more season left, and then I'm in my 50s now, and it's like I think I have one more. I have one more game left. And then guys in their 60s will say, I got one more series. I think I could do one more series. And then the guys 70 and older will always say one play. Yeah. I know I can do one more play. Yep. There's a diminishing return there that you get. But it's been amazing to watch. I mean, obviously 10 Super Bowls. He's played in more playoff games than the average NFL player plays in their games in their entire career.
Unbelievable.
Full game, regular season and playoffs, which is crazy, right?
Yep. If you enjoyed what you heard from Joe like we did, you can check out the host of the Believe in Chiefs on the Believe Podcast Network. And, of course, we got the game right here on Sunday. The coverage starts at 3 o'clock. Joe Valerio from the Kansas City Chiefs, the former tackle, and he, like all guests, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda hotline. Hey, Joe, we really enjoyed it, man. Thanks a bunch.
This was a blast. We'll see everybody at Manco and Manco's in Ocean City this summer, right? When we're all back to normal.
Absolutely, man. We'll be in touch. All right, man. We appreciate it. We'll definitely have to be in touch with Joe, especially if the Eagles play the Chiefs next year. I think the Eagles. Do they play the West next year? Is that what conference they play? I think they do play the West next year. We definitely got to catch up with Joe again. I would love to have him on for a little bit longer to tell some more great stories.
That was amazing. I was sitting over here cracking up the whole time.
Well, it's funny because, you get a list of people that they ask if you're interested in talking, and nobody wants to talk to the offensive lineman guy, but you do some research. And I have heard Joe do other interviews and said, this guy's just great. He's got great stories. I didn't realize he had the Ocean City connection, though.
They do play the Chiefs, by the way.
There we go. So Joe will definitely be back.
In Philadelphia.
Yeah. And if I ever need a color commentator, I'll have to call him. Like if somebody's sick or something and we need to find someone, hey, Joe, I need you tonight. He'll be down here.
I think he was ready to do a game tonight.
He wanted to bring video up on the screen. We could have done the share screen and had him break it down.
Wow.
All right, we'll be back with more Sports Bash. We got a busy show. Don't forget today, great lineup. Keith Pompey is inside the Sixers today. Ryan Leaf, the former number 2 overall pick in the draft, and a former first-round pick, Anthony Becht. We got 2 first-rounders and a second-rounder. Joe Valerio, second-round pick.
Turn it on. Leave it on. The Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Kendall Auto Plaza offers the area's best car and truck buying experience with 60 years of customer satisfaction and community service. What's on their 100-acre lot? A huge inventory of Ford, Lincoln, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Chrysler, and over 100 quality and certified pre-owned vehicles. Whether you use your car, truck, or SUV for work or play, discover why Kendall customers are so loyal. Kendall Auto Plaza, exit 10 of the Parkway on Stone Harbor Boulevard, or shop from home at KendallAutoplaza.com.
Trust Jenkins Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Homeowners, no need to call the drain guy, the heater guy, or the plumbing guy. Call Jenkins. One call does it all. Jenkins technicians are trained to do it all, so you only have to call one number. 609-641-6262. Jenkins & Sons has been on the job since 1949 for new heating and air installation, service and maintenance, ductless air conditioning systems, water heaters, boilers, oil service, plumbing, and drain cleaning services. One call does it all. Call 609-641-6262 or visit jenkinsandsons.com. That's 609-641-6262 or jenkinsandsons.com.
Jenkins Plumbing and Heating. We're always here for you. Jenkins Plumbing and Heating. We're always here for you. Jenkins Plumbing and Heating. We're always here for you.
If you're struggling with a drug or alcohol addiction, now is the time to take action and get professional help. Call Recovery Centers of America at 1-888-RECOVERY today. You are worthy of recovery from your addiction, and calling RCA will be your first step in getting the help you need. Recovery Centers of America answers the phone and admits patients 24/7. And because safety is a top priority, all patients and staff are routinely tested for COVID-19. RCA's expert team of physicians and medical professionals will treat you with compassion and dignity and provide an evidence-based treatment plan that is custom-tailored to your specific needs. Recovery Centers of America at Devon and Lighthouse are local and in-network with insurance providers, so their best-in-class inpatient and outpatient care, offered both in-person and via teletherapy, is affordable and accessible. Make this the year you conquer your addiction. Call today, 1-888-RECOVERY. That's 1-888-RECOVERY.
Gary is refinancing his home, so he shopped around for the lowest rate and found it at Amerisave.com, setting him up for a lifetime of savings. It's one decision he'll never regret, unlike taking that gig in the testing lab at the deodorant company.
Raise your arm, please. Oh, man, I hate this job.
Pretty regrettable, Gary. Unlike finding that low mortgage rate at Amerisave.com that's got you on your way to a lifetime of savings. Amerisave's rates won't be this low forever, so go to Amerisave.com now. Lower mortgage rates mean higher savings. Call 866-514-SAVE or visit Amerisave.com/licensing for cost information, terms, and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all states except New York. NMLS number 1168.
Hello, Cape May County. This is County Commissioner Len Desiderio, co-chair of the County Recovery Task Force. We know that there are a lot of questions about the COVID vaccination. Please go to capemaycountynj.gov for information and to register in the state system. The beginning of this effort has been very challenging as we wait for the federal and state governments to implement distribution. But we already lead the state in vaccine administration, and we are ready to expand our efforts as soon as the state distributes larger amounts of vaccine to us. Please go to capemaycountynj.gov and click to register, and check back often for more information. You will then be notified by the state when your turn comes about how to schedule your appointment. Go to capemaycountynj.gov and register now. Please go to capemaycountynj.gov for information and to register in the state system. Let's vaccinate safely together.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
All right, thanks to Joe Valerio. That was a good conversation, and if you missed any of it, make sure you check it out on our YouTube channel. All of our interviews, of course, up on YouTube after it. Coming up on the other side, we'll get back into this Carson Wentz conversation. There's so much more to dive into. Plus, the Eagles won the Super Bowl 3 years today. 3 years ago today. Doesn't even feel like it. Like 3 years ago on this day, we were celebrating like we've never celebrated before as Philadelphia sports fans. And now, this is where we are. The latest on Carson Wentz. We'll give you our opinions on that. We have more on that coming up on the other side. Plus, Inside the Sixers with Keith Pompey at 3:20 today. Former second overall pick Ryan Leaf will join us at 3:40. And former first-round pick Anthony Becht tonight at 5 o'clock. It's a busy sports bash. Don't go away. It's 97.3 ESPN.
It's Sixers basketball tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the 76ers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Joe throws up a prayer, and it goes. A hierarchy, desperation shot, rainbow jumper is good.
The Sixers host the Portland Trailblazers tonight. Coverage begins at 7 p.m. Philadelphia 76ers basketball on your radio home of the Sixers in South Jersey, 97.3 ESPN. ESPN.
The 55th Super Bowl is this weekend, and DraftKings, the official daily fantasy sports partner of Super Bowl 55, has up to $55 million in total prizes up for grabs. Download the DraftKings app and use code CJR to enter the free $55 million Super Bowl prediction challenge. Everyone gets an instant prize up to $25,000 just for playing. That's code CJR. Only at DraftKings, the official daily fantasy partner of Super Bowl 55. Terms, conditions, and eligibility restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com for details.
Body Armor Light isn't just a sports drink. It's more than a sports drink. With no artificial sweeteners, no sugar added, and only 20 calories per 16-ounce bottle. Body Armor Light is changing the game when it comes to hydration. Plus potassium-packed electrolytes, coconut water, antioxidants, and vitamins make Body Armor Light the perfect choice for your next workout and your active lifestyle. Body Armor Light, more than a sports drink. Head to drinkbodyarmor.com to learn more.
Start the new year in a new Kia at Matt Blatt Kia in Toms River or Egg Harbor Township today. The new year is an opportunity to set new goals and start fresh. And at Matt Blatt Kia, our goal is to get you out of that old car you hate. Come in today or visit us online and get the credit you deserve this new year. 0% APR financing available for up to 75 months on new 2021 Kia Sportage LX SUVs in stock. Plus, Matt Blatt Kia in Toms River and Egg Harbor Township wants your trade, even if you owe thousands more than it's worth. Plus, you can't make a mistake with our 4-day love it or leave it return policy.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
Offers with approved Tier 1 or 2 credit through Kia Motors Finance. Not all will qualify. 0% based on 1516 per 1,000 borrowed. Go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details. Expires 2/4/2021. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township. And now on Route 37 in Toms River.
I like a bed that's really firm.
I need something a little softer than that.
Rest easy. With the Sleep Number 360 smart bed, you can both adjust your comfort with your Sleep Number setting.
Can it really help me fall asleep faster?
Yes, by gently warming your feet.
Okay, but can it help keep us asleep?
It senses your movements and automatically adjusts to keep you effortlessly comfortable. Sleep Number, proven quality sleep is life-changing sleep. And now, during the Ultimate Sleep Number event, save 50% on the Sleep Number 360 limited edition smart bed, plus special financing on all smart beds, only for a limited time. Special financing subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Gary is refinancing his home, so he shopped around for the lowest rate and found it at Amerisave.com, setting him up for a lifetime of savings. It's one decision he'll never regret, unlike taking that gig in the testing lab at the deodorant company.
Raise your arm, please. Oh, man, I hate this job.
Pretty regrettable, Gary, unlike finding that low mortgage rate at Amerisave.com that's got you on your way to a lifetime of savings. Amerisave's rates won't be this low forever, so go to Amerisave.com now. Lower mortgage rates mean higher savings. Call 866-514-SAVE or visit Amerisave.com/licensing for cost information, terms and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all states except New York. And MLS number 1168.
A message from your neighbors and friends at First Bank. We've been serving residents and businesses of Sea Isle City and the surrounding communities for more than 130 years. Today's challenges, while unique, are another opportunity to show our strength and resilience. Our commitment to you remains strong. Whether it's using our drive-through services, bank by phone, the First Bank mobile app, or online banking, we're staying strong with you. Be safe and be secure. First Bank, here for you.
Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Sports is using technology to take the fan experience to the next level. When it comes to hiring, there's one solution that's been advancing its technology for years, ZipRecruiter. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/max. ZipRecruiter's technology identifies people with the right experience and invites them to apply to your job. No wonder 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/max. That's ZipRecruiter.com/max.
It's time for some straight talk. Your tax return could look different this year, but you're still going to hear a lot of noise about how to spend it. So when the big carriers tell you to splurge on the latest nonsense, just tune it out. With Straight Talk, you can get a Samsung Galaxy A51 for just $199. Plus, get the $45 unlimited talk, text, and data plan with no contract on America's best networks for up to 50% less. Tune out the nonsense and tune in to Straight Talk. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise.
The radio home of Carson Wentz, Carter Hart, and Joel Embiid. 97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ-HD, Millville, Atlantic City. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Blatt Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
Hour 2 of the Bash starts right now. It's the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Coming up at 3:40 this hour, we'll talk with former number 2 overall pick, Ryan Leaf. He'll join us here on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill, at Mike Gill Show on Twitter. That's Hunter Brody, at Brodes81. Follow him there. Real quick, Sixers win last night. Up big, kind of coughed up the lead, close it out. Ben Simmons, solid game. Joel Embiid. I mean, every night the article's the same. Dominates.
The first quarter, though, wow. It really shined in that first quarter where he was able to do it on both sides of the floor. Defensively, the Hornets had no idea what to do. They had zero clue.
Dude, there was a time, though, I think it was either late second quarter, early third quarter, or mid-third quarter, where the Sixers just came down, gave it to Embiid at the foul line, and were like, you finish. You do what you want to do.
Yeah.
Like, they just could not figure out how to stop. But when he's hitting foul line jumpers, elbow jumpers, fadeaway jumpers, what do you do?
Well, not only that, because the first quarter he was hitting threes. So it's like now add that to the mix. Hasn't been shooting it as much, but he's been more consistent with the threes. He's picking and choosing when he wants to do it.
He doesn't shoot them as much.
Right. That first quarter, it was like, whoa. So if he's going to shoot it from 3, it just adds a whole nother
Although
element.
I say he doesn't shoot them as much. I'd like to actually
I looked it up
see
yesterday.
the numbers.
2.9 is his attempts this year. They used to be around 4 and 3.5-ish.
So he's about 1 down.
Yeah, a little bit down, but more efficient, too. So not only is he down, but he's hitting it at a higher rate, which maybe plays hand in hand with each other.
Dude, their defense in the first quarter of that game was outrageous.
They scored 13 points in the first quarter, the Hornets. 13 points.
It was unbelievable.
That's almost impossible. That's how great defense they play.
Yeah, their defense is fantastic. I thought Simmons played a really good game last night. It's just steady.
He took advantage of mismatches. Like, he did that baby hook, that right-handed baby hook kind of like, he realized I can make the most of this matchup. He doesn't do that every night.
I'll tell you what he's doing a lot more now, though. And this kind of connects a little bit to scoring and not scoring. He's getting himself deeper into the paint without, like, before he would just stop and give up his dribble. Now he's getting himself deeper into the paint, and he is finding guys, and they are wide open because as he's getting deeper into the paint, the defense is starting to come towards him, and he's throwing cross-court passes from, like, the left block out to the right wing, and he's just absolutely lulling you to sleep. It's looking like he's having a lot of fun finding, like, Danny Green's wide open. This is nice because I think he'll make it. Seth Curry's wide open. That's nice because I think he'll make it, as opposed to if I throw it to Josh Richardson or Al Horford, they ain't making it.
Yeah, no doubt. I saw a lot of reaction to Seth Curry, like, oh, I hope he's okay, because the last couple of days have been a little quiet. My thing is, he was shooting 60% from 3 when he was really rolling hot. That wasn't going to be sustainable. You knew the averages would eventually kind of play itself back out. And so he had a couple smaller nights over the last 3 games or so. There's nothing wrong with Seth Curry. He came back from COVID and he was red hot once he got back. I think it's just a lull of averages kind of playing itself out.
Embiid had more points in the first quarter than the Hornets had. That's a nice stat right there. Here's another one from the Joe Show. Do you think Wentz lost his passion for the game of football? And this is interesting. When I read that, and then last night, tie in what you heard from Joel Embiid about being a dad and how cool it is and what we've been hearing. Could the opposite effect have happened for Wentz, that he no longer wants to put the same time in because he's a father?
I guess it's very possible. I don't know if he lost that competitive nature, though. I think it's just everything surrounding this organization that put him in this bad spot mentally. You remember when we drafted him, the talks were he was out to dinner and he was getting yelled at by his wife because he was watching film underneath the table and he was a football mind and all he would do was think about film and think about getting better. I don't think you lose that. That's something you're born with. We talk about it all the time, that competitive nature. You either have it or you don't. I think that's in Carson Wentz, but there's so much surrounding this drama that it's sort of rubbing him off. But I still think it's in there.
Ryan Faloci is watching on YouTube. I think if they trade Wentz and keep Jalen Hurts as a starter, I think there's an opportunity to build around Hurts. He has the talent. We just hired a quarterback coach that was highly regarded. Do the Eagles view Hurts as the franchise quarterback? I think it's a fair and interesting question is, how are they looking at Jalen Hurts? What did they figure out in a 4.5 game stretch?
I don't think that they're saying he is our franchise guy, but I think they asked the question, can he develop into a guy that we can use as a franchise guy? Be honest with yourself. Watching Hurts play last year, right now, do you feel comfortable enough to say this is our franchise guy? because I don't feel that way personally. I'm intrigued by him. I think he has a nice skill set, but I think you can play it sort of like how the Cowboys played with Dak Prescott. They never really committed to him. They play this back and forth mouse game where it's like, what are you going to do every single year kind of thing? And it's sort of like it's a placeholder. Now Dak is obviously more than a placeholder, but that's how they played Dak.
Here's my answer to your question. I don't look at Hurts skill set wise and say, man, but there is that intriguing part of Hurts that all he's ever done is won, and that he is such a well-regarded leader. That is he the guy that I said Wentz was, that if Wentz is your quarterback, your team never goes through that 4-12 season because he simply refuses. That's how I used to view Wentz.
I don't feel Hurts that way, though, because I don't think his skill set can make up for it totally to keep it. I could see you being 4-12 with Hurts. I didn't see that happening with Wentz earlier in his career, so maybe I'm wrong, but I don't see Hurts as a guy that can hold you involved so much that you'll never be 4-12. I think if the surrounding pieces are brutal and it gets ugly, you could be 4-12 with Jalen Hurts.
Mark Armstrong's watching on YouTube. You think we overhype Carson's success being Philly fans? If he was a Washington quarterback, would we still see the same potential?
If he was MVP level 1 year in Washington, then yes, I would think that he would have that potential.
They did have Robert Griffin III for 1 year there, who took the league by storm, and then he was bupkis.
Yeah, but the Eagles won the Super Bowl, and I think that changes our perspective.
Not with him.
You're right, but with him, you got that advantage over other teams, home field, and all that.
Remember that day?
Of course I do.
Vividly?
Yeah. It was interesting.
3 years ago.
Yep.
Today.
Yep.
Eagles won the Super Bowl. Everybody out there watching or listening, do you remember what you were doing, where you were? Tell us. 609-403-0973 or leave a comment. 3 years ago today, Eagles Super Bowl. Where'd you watch it? What were you doing?
All right, so I was still playing college hockey at the time, so we had a hockey house. We all watched it there, and I hated it because I wanted to be alone. I didn't want to watch it with anyone. I wanted to embrace this and really study what was going on. But I watched it with pretty much, I'd say, 7, 8, 9 teammates or so. But the crazy, now looking back, it's fun. But if the Eagles would have lost, it would have been miserable. One of my teammates was your typical Boston, you-know-what. Like that typical guy you want to punch in the face. All he does is brag about championships. Everyone has witnessed a guy from Massachusetts who you just can't stand because it's so brutal. Tom Brady, this and that. I mean, it was a nightmare to deal with all 2 weeks long. But I watched it with him. So it was kind of a really nice feeling to win and to beat him. And I remember as soon as Tom Brady had that 2-minute drive, right? A 2-minute drive with Tom Brady. I looked at him and I said, dude, this is everything we could have ever wanted. Come on, you got Tom Brady, the football, the game's on the line here. What's going to happen? Now, Brandon Graham had the strip sack. It was amazing. But I put my hand out, said, shake my hand. This is what we're here for. And he did. He spit on my hand. I was like, what?
Your friend?
Yeah, my teammate. Like a fake spit, like a little... it's like, oh, okay, real nice. As soon as the Eagles won, he went to my back door, slammed it as hard as possible, and you heard him outside.
Wow.
Scream the F word as loud as possible, and he started punching the wall. Like, he was pissed off that the Patriots lost, and he lost to the Eagles. I'll never forget that moment. But, yeah, I watched it with 8, 9 teammates or so at the hockey house, and it was a party from there. See, the unfortunate part is, because we were in season, I wasn't allowed to go to the parade because I was at school and we had games and all.
Now, would you have gone to the parade?
Yes. But here's the thing.
I had no interest.
I was injured. So I couldn't I was like in a cast. My thumb was broken. I couldn't play. So I went into my coach's office. I'm like, Coach, I know the situation. I can't play. It's not like I'm missing time on I can't play. Can I go to the parade? And he said, let me get back to you.
Wow.
Yeah. So what he did was he said he sat down with his wife. He really processed all this, knowing how much it would mean to me to go to this parade. And he said it would be a really bad statement for me to say to the team, hey, I'm going to go let Brodes party while you guys are battling and fight. So I was like, I respect your decision, and I didn't go to the parade.
Do you regret it now?
No, not really, because I did the right thing.
Do you resent him for that?
I did the right thing. But here's what I did do. I set up 2 cones in my living room, put caution tape in front of the TV. I watched the parade on TV with a 30 next to me, and I was jumping up and down as if I was at the parade.
Yeah, I had no interest in going to the parade.
Really?
I'm not parade guy.
Oh, I'm parade guy.
No, I'm out on parade. But so, all right, that's good. We got some messages coming in.
Not
Where
a parade
were you?
guy. I'll package that. I'll put it in my brain and talk about that later.
Where were you when the Eagles won their only Super Bowl? It was 3 years ago today. Jeff Bone And Pookie says, I watched with a Cowboys fan. It was the best day of my life. I like that.
I don't like watching it I like watching it with people, the Super Bowl in general, if it's another team. Like, of course, it's a party.
That night, I watched the game. It was me, one of my college friends, and his girlfriend.
That's
just
small
the three
enough.
of us.
Small enough.
They brought pizza over, and it was just the three of us because I was going to watch it by myself. And, he was like, hey, we'll watch the game with you. Fine. It was him and his girlfriend.
Are they Eagles fans, though?
No.
Okay, not Eagles fans.
He's from West Virginia. He's a Steelers fan. I don't know about her. But she might have been a Steelers fan for all I remember. But all I remember is it was the greatest sports day of my life because not only did the Eagles win the Super Bowl, which was fantastic, I also won the Super Block pool.
How much?
It was like $20,000.
Whoa. Wow. That's way better than a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a nice day at the office. What'd you do after that? What'd you do with it? You just tell me you went boring and put it in the old savings.
And that year I won my fantasy football league.
Come on.
Yeah. So I won the Fantasy Football League, the Super Bowl block pool, and the Eagles won the Super Bowl all in the same year. What did I do with it? I went to Clearwater that year, and I had the penthouse suite for the whole week by myself.
Whoa, you didn't even invite Frank Close.
Nope. I didn't know Frank Close at that time, I don't think. But
it was around that time.
So the Eagles, we have whatever numbers. It was 1 and 3, obviously. So whatever numbers we had at the time, I called the guy. We had split the block, so I didn't get the whole 20 shebangers, but
would have been nice.
I called my buddy. At this point, we lost. We got no shot. Dude, and I say, all we need to have happen is we need the Eagles to kick a field goal and then score a touchdown, and that's it. And, of course, they kick the field goal. They get the strip sack. They scored the touchdown. Then they get the strip sack. I mean, it was like, do you understand what's going on here? Wait, what happened? I said, I called you 20 minutes ago. I told you they needed to do that. They needed it. And he gets the strip. When he got that strip sack, that's why I will say, maybe I'm a bit biased. Brandon Graham's strip sack is the greatest play in the history of the Eagles franchise.
I think you might be a little biased. Although, no, it's there. But I think
it's the most important play ever.
I think Zach Ertz's touchdown, or Corey Clement, there's so much in that game that I think gets overlooked because of how big that play was at the end, which, look, I'm not downplaying that. That's obviously up there. I just feel if you really went back and dissected that game fully, I bet you that there would be some that maybe stick out a little bit more.
No.
I think so.
The strip sack, because if they don't strip sack, Brady takes them down.
Yeah, but without Zach Ertz's touchdown, are we even in that conversation?
All those things, like they were here, that was the best play. And then that play,
just because it was the last
everything.
one. Just because it was the last one.
Yeah. And Jake Elliott makes a field goal for me to.
I'm not going to argue it. Obviously, it's up there. Philly special, people like to argue.
John says, I'm 46, been watching the Eagles with my dad since I was a kid. Greatest Eagles memory 3 years ago today, watching with my family. I'm in Philly, but watched at relatives in South Jersey. So just did a little.
The family ties are big. I know something that's huge when it comes to the Super Bowl. For example, with me, my uncle was a huge Eagles fan, and he passed away a couple months before the Super Bowl. And, winning that Super Bowl almost tied it all together. And when you talk about the Super Bowl and the memories and all, I think that's a big side of this is the emotional tie with some family members, diehard Eagles fans who never got the possibility to see it actually happen. So I think a lot of family ties is involved in this type of moment as well.
All right, a couple more. AK Eagles 88. I was in my living room, been waiting for 30 years for it. I cried my eyes out. It was the greatest feeling ever.
I went tears.
You went tears?
I went tears. Now, it wasn't a full-on ugly cry or anything like that where it's pouring out of my face. But yeah, for sure. I mean, there were definitely tears that came down. It's a great time. I hope we can do it again sometime. Maybe Howie's listening. I will say this, though. Speaking of football, and this weekend obviously being the Super Bowl, DraftKings now has a golden ticket giveaway with up to $55 million in prizes up for grabs. All you have to do to get your share of these huge prizes is enter the DraftKings free Super Bowl prediction challenge. Once you submit your picks, you will get a free instant prize up to $25,000. If you win the top prize of $1 million. So download the DraftKings Sports app now and use promo code 973 when you sign up. Must be 21 or older. New Jersey only. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, when we come back inside the Sixers, Keith Pompey. He'll be on the video screen for those of you watching. We'll talk a little Sixers with Keith as he will join us for Inside the Sixers. It's coming up next here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Eagles won the Super Bowl 3 years ago today. Tell us where you were This guy says, I remember where I was, not anything else, not even the game. It was one giant blur due to all the excitement and the nervousness.
Okay, I was going to say, if it was due to alcohol, then you missed I can't do that. You can't miss that because you're drunk,
It's a good
right?
check, though.
Yeah, the anxiousness and the emotion for sure.
Where you were, what do you remember? The Eagles Super Bowl 3 years ago. It seems so far away. Oh, man. Keith Pompey inside the Sixers next.
There's never an off season for the NFL. It's football at 4 every day at 4 p.m. on the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
I'm Harvey from Bernie Robbins Jewelers. Love makes one do crazy things. Take me. I'm having a 50% off sale, a crazy Cupid 50% off Valentine's sale with interest-free financing, something we haven't done in years, featuring great Valentine's gifts and engagement diamonds at 50% off with interest-free financing. Shop BernieRobbins.com or go crazy the old-fashioned way and visit one of our stores. The 50% off Crazy Cupid sale ends February 13th. Why the 13th? If you haven't done it by then, I can't help you.
Hindsight is 2020. 2020 was a brutal year with a lot we couldn't control. Pandemic, economy, unemployment. What can we control? Our job, our career. Don't look back with 2020 hindsight next year and see yourself in that 2020 job. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. You could start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Live online classes meet just twice a week. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Tired of lying awake, tossing and turning, just hoping for a few hours of sleep? Get the sleep you crave with the one-of-a-kind Tempur-Pedic. Only Tempur-Pedic uses proprietary Tempur material that continuously adapts and responds to your body to relieve pressure, so you get deep, uninterrupted sleep. All night, every night. Now's a perfect time to renew your sleep with the one-of-a-kind comfort of Tempur-Pedic and save up to $500 on adjustable mattress sets. Learn more at TempurPedic.com.
Babe, look, cash pop from the New Jersey Lottery. We just got to match one number, 1 through 15, to win.
Whoa, so easy.
Our anniversary date? September
14th.
Not to interrupt you guys, but the more numbers you play, the better your odds of winning.
Well, the 6th was our first date anniversary.
Aw, let's play both numbers.
With Cash Pop, you could win up to 250 times your wager. So pop in and play. Anything can happen in Jersey. Must be 18 or older to buy a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or somebody knows a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Last night's sleep? Interrupted by pain? Tonight, silence it. With new ZQL Night Pain. Restful sleep, now with powerful pain relief. ZQL Night Pain combines America's #1 sleep aid with a maximum strength pain reliever. So you can fall asleep fast and wake feeling rested, because pain should never get in the way of a great night's sleep. New ZQL Night Pain. Silence pain. Sleep soundly. Available at retailers near you.
Thinking about life insurance? Did you know in just a few minutes you can find the best price from up to 10 price competitive companies for free? You can with SelectQuote. For example, George is 39. He was getting sky-high quotes from other companies because he takes meds to control his blood pressure. But when I shopped around, I found him a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $22 a month. I'm SelectQuote agent Dan Savino, and believe me, if SelectQuote isn't shopping for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 800-461-4545. That's 800-461-4545. 800-461-4545. Or go to SelectQuote.com. Since 1985, we shop, you save.
Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Or price could vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors. Not available in all states.
Beachcombing, baking cookies, learning French. Aren't these what you'd rather be doing than thinking about your Medicare prescriptions? Well, Walgreens is here to help you get back to it with convenient refill and pickup options, expert pharmacists to answer all your questions, and Medicare copays as low as $0. Zero. Which is also the number of cares in the world you'll have as you stroll the beach, eating cookies and speaking French. Oh la la. Walgreens.
$0 copays apply to Tier 1 generic drugs and select plans where Walgreens is a preferred pharmacy.
If you own a small business, you know how hard it can be to find new customers. But maybe you're unaware of new tools that can help your business stand out. Go to GetLocalCustomersNow.com for a free market competitive analysis that will show you what other businesses are doing to find new customers and how you can do it too. There's no cost and no obligation. Be one of the first business owners to sign up and receive $500 in free advertising on this station. Get started today. Visit GetLocalCustomersNow.com. That's GetLocalCustomersNow.com.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
All right, we're back live inside the Matt Black Kia studios here on the Sports Bash. Mike and Brodes. And, of course, Sixers tonight, 8 o'clock on 97.3 ESPN, taking on Portland Trailblazers. Although this isn't really like the Portland Trailblazers. This might be the G League team that they're sending to Philadelphia for this game tonight. They got a bunch of guys sitting out. We go inside the Sixers that we do every day at 3:20 here on the show. Right now, Keith Pompey from the Philadelphia Inquirer is our Inside the Sixers guest today. What's up, my man? How are you?
What's up? I'm doing well, man. Did you see that Pitt win last night?
I was literally pausing because I was waiting for it. I did.
Okay, I'm just messing with you.
You know, it's funny because they give us the options of games to carry on the weekend, and they moved Pitt to play Virginia. We were going to carry Louisville, Virginia, and I said they're playing Pitt. That's off the air.
Hey, you just missed a bad game. You like if I'm the viewers or the listeners, I'm gonna be a little upset with you, man. Just a little.
Well, you were in Charlotte last night, right?
Yeah, I was.
Oh, you saw a defensive effort in that first quarter that was just stifling, and it's really something that I think separates them from the other teams in the East, maybe, what they can bring defensively.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you look at it, and, we all know that Ben Simmons wants to be the defensive player of the year. Joel Embiid is a huge rim protector. And then you bring in, Danny Green. And when Danny Green is on defensively, he gives you a lot, and Matisse comes in there. But it was crazy. I mean, because you look at Gordon Hayward, he's an all-star candidate. I mean, he looked like he wasn't ready for the moment. And then you look at a couple of the other guys, they were struggling. I mean, I honestly believe that the Sixers were thinking about tonight's game and they let their foot off the gas, so to speak. You know what I mean? Like, let's rest up. Let's just stay healthy and get out of here. But, yeah, in that first quarter, they were destroying them.
Keith, I know you're a guy who's followed this team for a long time. You've seen almost every one of Joel's games. What are you seeing different about this version of Joel Embiid? Is it something he's doing on the court, or is it maybe just more maturity off the court? Like, when you watch what you're seeing, how do you quantify what we're watching from this version of Joel Embiid?
I want to say, it's a little bit of both, but let's start. I think that Joel has realized now that he can do less, like less is more. Because when you look at him, remember in the past, you would go to a game and Joel was trying to get like 30 points at the half, right? And he's like trying extra hard. He's doing everything. Well, right now it looks like he's picking his spots, and he realizes that this is my team. I'm the alpha dog. The ball is going to find me. But at the same time, I'm going to do everything I can to get my teammates involved, because ultimately that's going to give me better shots, things like that. That's what Joel is doing. It's like less is more. But also, I do think that there is a maturity factor in there. And I also think that Joel kind of sort of hit rock bottom last year. And what I mean by that is when he didn't make the all-NBA first, second, or third team, when he didn't make any of the all-defensive teams, he didn't make the all-bubble team, although he was averaging close to 30 points. I think Joel was like, wow. So you mean to tell me the media doesn't think I'm still the same guy? And I think Joel Embiid decided to, let's get in shape, let's do everything, and I'm going to come out motivated, trying to prove everyone wrong.
What about Doc's impact in all of this as well? Maybe not just Doc specifically, but the entire coaching staff, who has a great assistant coaching staff as well.
Hey, that's huge. I mean, let's think about it. That's huge. I mean, here's the thing. Like Mike will tell you, anybody will tell you, here's the thing. Like Joel Embiid and Ben Simmons, everyone was writing articles about, can they play together? How much do they get along? Do they like each other? You don't have to like each other. You don't have to hang out with each other to be great teammates. But since Doc has been here, I'm looking at these guys on the sidelines, and they're always in constant communication. In the past, it was two great guys who basically wanted to be the homecoming king. You know what I mean? They both want to be the homecoming king. Now, right now, it's like these two guys who want to win a championship together, and they know they can. That's coaching. Secondly, you look at the adjustments that are being made. You look at how, I feel like what Doc Rivers is doing is he's playing to his players' strengths, right? Instead of like worrying about the system, he's playing to their strengths. That's why, Tobias Harris is having like an all-star type performance. That's why Ben Simmons is like saying, hey, I'm going to be the best role player out there. You know what I mean? It's like Doc Rivers has all these guys buying in for the team, and he's also having them all play to their strengths.
And one thing, let's take Brett out of the equation and Doc out of the equation. I think if we look back at Brett's tenure, you could say that his staffs were not great. I mean, whether that's his fault or whatever, he just didn't have experienced staffs. And I think that is so not under talked about because people are acknowledging Cassell, Yeager, Burke, Popeye Jones is a guy who played in the league. They have guys now that I think that's a big difference from what Brett, it was almost like Brett was a one-man band trying to do it all himself. And it's like, I got to try to develop this guy and that guy and that guy because I can't trust these other guys because they don't have the voice that maybe I do.
And you're exactly right. And that's not a knock against Brett. There's going to be some people who are going to compare Doc Rivers to Brett or Brett to Doc. You can't do it. Doc Rivers is a coach who's been coaching 20 plus years. I mean, when Brett Brown was getting the job as a coach, there was the Mount Rushmore. Three of the guys on the top was, Doc Rivers, Greg Popovich, and the coach that's coaching the Knicks right now. I forget his name right now, but it was those three guys, right? Thibodeau. Now you look at Sam Cassell as an assistant coach, right? Here's a guy who won 3 rings. He won, 2 with the Houston Rockets. He played with Akeem Olajuwon. He played with some great players. He was on that Boston Celtics team. He coached great guys with the Clippers. And then you have these other coaches like Yeager, who was a head coach at 2 different stops. He coached all NBA type players. And then Dan Burke is a defensive specialist. So when you talk about that staff, it's kind of like it's completely different. And something else that I will add to that is, you look at Doc Rivers, and he's the type of guy. He coached countless Hall of Famers. He played with Hall of Famers. So if from a credibility standpoint, if a guy like Doc Rivers says, you know what, Joel, man, Patrick Ewing used to do this, and you think you're better than Patrick Ewing, you can't do it. Oh, okay, coach, I'm gonna do it. Hey, Ben, do you know what Kevin Garnett and them used to do and things like that? You understand what I'm saying? So Doc Rivers can say, this is what you need to do to be where you want to end up at. And Brett Brown, as an assistant coach, don't get me wrong, he was with the Spurs, but it's different when you're the head coach as opposed to an assistant coach.
Earlier, you mentioned taking the foot off the gas pedal in the second half, and we saw something similar happen against the Lakers. The difference this year is they're actually closing out the games, which is not what they did in years past, but does that concern you at all?
It concerns me a little bit, just a little bit, because, the thing is, it gets to a point where, it seems in both instances, you're up and you may get a little like, yes, we won this thing. And things start to get a little sloppy. And then all of a sudden the team gets fired. And this team, especially last night, it was a prime opportunity for them to, hey, we're going to rest Joel Embiid. We're going to do it. We're going to rest Tobias, and we're going to come back on this back-to-back and then try to give optimal effort. Be well rested. And to me, it's like the team is good, but they can't lose focus right now. They have to play all 48. I know that's a cliche, but they have to play the entire 48 to me when they're out there.
Keith, you travel with the team still. They were not very good on the road last year. They've won 3 in a row on the road now. Is it different playing on the road with no fans, or has this team figured something out, or why do we explain that they are having road success? Is it as simple as, well, there's no fans and it makes it different?
You know what I think is the people who they have on the roster, the new guys. And I'm talking about, let's talk about Dwight Howard. Let's talk about Danny Green. I mean, both, Dwight Howard won his championship last year. Danny Green won 3 of them. They're used to going into hostile environments. They're used to saying, hey, look, this is what we have to do to huddle as a group. It's funny because when they run out on the floor, you'll see Dwight Howard, cuffing his ears and like this and doing that. There's no one in the arena, but he's he's imagining that people are booing the Sixers and he's clapping like, where's the booze? Where's the booze? So to me, it's like that mentality that these two guys are bringing to whereas, hey, look, it's all about circling the wagons and this is what we're going to do.
Yeah, I know that you mentioned Howard. I mean, I don't know that we even acknowledge how important that piece has been because that's been a position that's been a mess. And he knows what his role in. I'll play 17 minutes and grab 8 boards and give you a couple dunks. That's what you use me for, and he's happy with that. They haven't had that.
Yeah, you know what the funny thing is? Like when Dwight Howard first came on board and he gave his press conference and he was like, yeah, I'm going to be a great teammate and I love Joel and I think Ben can do this. And I'm like, come on, brother, like stop with this. Like, can you just stop it? And then all of a sudden, he keeps it up. And you're like, wow. He really does want to help him. I'm going to say something. This is like the thing that people don't see on television, right? When they're on the road and when they introduce the other team, like I always used to look at the Jumbotron to see all the hoopla and all the hype and that. Now I'm looking at Dwight Howard. Dwight Howard goes over to the scorer's table and they have a dribbling competition. I mean, they even do like football passes. They do soccer kicks and everything. And it's like his way of keeping the team loose. Like he is the team leader. Like whenever you listen to him, when they break the huddle, when they're in the locker room and the game is over, Dwight is always the one saying, let's go, let's get it. So, yeah, he's great for the Sixers right now.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Your eyes are fixated on him when he's on the bench just because he's always pacing up and down and doing stuff. It's definitely a different feel. You would attest to that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 100%. It's like night and day. I mean, it's
in that bubble.
Say it again.
It had to be miserable in that bubble.
Yeah, they did. I know they did.
You were there, weren't you?
Yeah, it was. Well, it's just different. I mean, it was what it was is I think that it was just a bad mix. It was one of those things where
and they knew it.
They just didn't have the pieces. You know what I mean? You had a lot of guys who were good players, but they never really won anything. You know what I mean? Or they never hit rock bottom and had to come back. It was just a lot of guys who made money and they just didn't mesh well. And the team is like a lot and that's why. And there's nothing against the former coaching staff or anything like that. But when you look at a guy like Doc Rivers, the way he's able to bring everyone together, like Joel knows, he knows this is his team. He knows that he's not competing with anyone. Ben Simmons has a coach that regardless of what he says behind closed doors to Ben, he's going to bat. He's battling for Ben whenever we ask him questions about him. Tobias has a guy that knows how to bring the best out of him, this and that, and Danny and they're looking at it where you have a coach that says, look, Dwight and Danny, your job is to bring that winning mentality. It's not just on the court. We want you to do stuff off the court. We have a lot of young guys here. That's what we need. And I'm telling you, Doc Rivers has been a blessing for the Sixers right now.
Keith Pompey. At Pompey on Sixers for more on tonight's game, including all of the Blazers who will not play tonight. He's been our guest for Inside the Sixers, and he, like all guests, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda hotline. Good to see you, man. I don't get up there anymore because, we're limited.
Yeah, but don't worry. You'll be there. You'll be there pretty soon next year when they win, they go far in the playoffs. All right.
We'll see you soon, pal.
All right, man. Thanks for having me, fellas.
Absolutely. We hope to see you again. Keith Pompey, of course, like all guests, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda hotline. And when we come back, we'll be talking with the former number 2 overall pick in the draft. And, of course, we want to get Ryan Leaf's perspective on a struggling quarterback. When you are struggling, How hard is it to go back in that locker room and be the leader for that team when there is a split and divide? If anybody can answer that question for us, it is the former number 2 overall pick in the draft who really struggled in his NFL career with that very thing, being the leader and getting acceptance in the locker room. We'll talk to him coming up on the other side here on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
It's Sixers basketball tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the 76ers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Joe throws up a prayer, and it goes. A hierarchy, desperation shot, rainbow jumper is good.
The Sixers host the Portland Trailblazers tonight. Coverage begins at 7 p.m. Philadelphia 76ers basketball on your radio home of the Sixers in South Jersey, 97.3 ESPN.
A message from your neighbors and friends at First Bank. We've been serving residents and businesses of Sea Isle City and the surrounding communities for more than 130 years. Today's challenges, while unique, are another opportunity to show our strength and resilience. Our commitment to you remains strong. Whether it's using our drive-through services, bank by phone, the First Bank mobile app, or online banking, we're staying strong with you. Be safe and be secure. First Bank, here for you.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Some fuel system cleaner could help. It cleans your entire fuel system to help improve your fuel economy. Right now, you can get Chevron Techron Complete Fuel System Cleaner for just $4.99, plus a $1 bonus reward if you're an AutoZone Rewards member. Not a member? We can sign you up fast right here in store or on AutoZone.com. Getting the job done just got easier. Terms at AutoZone.com/rewards. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Good morning, Private.
Good morning, Drill Sergeant.
I mean, seriously, what a pleasant morning. The sun is shining and the birds are chirping.
You seem to be in a good mood today.
Astute observation.
He's probably happy because he found out Honey Nut Cheerios can help lower cholesterol as part of a heart-healthy diet.
They're even shaped like hearts. So, in lieu of the obstacle course today, I propose a nice meditative nature walk. Does that sound delightful to everyone?
Yes, Drill Sergeant!
Happy Heart Shapes are back for a limited time. Learn more about Honey Nut Cheerios by picking up a box at your local store.
Chrissy is refinancing her home, so she shopped around for the lowest rate and found it at Amerisave.com, setting her up for a lifetime of savings. It's one decision she'll never regret, unlike wearing tap shoes to a surprise party.
Sorry, guys. Just trying to find the perfect hiding place.
Pretty regrettable, Chrissy. Unlike finding that low mortgage rate at Amerisave.com that's got you on your way to a lifetime of savings. Amerisave's rates won't be this low forever, so go to Amerisave.com now. Lower mortgage rates mean higher savings. Call 866-514-SAVE or visit Amerisave.com/licensing for cost information, terms, and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all states except New York. NMLS number 1168.
Recently, Total Wireless helped Charlie Michelle stage a virtual dance recital for her friends and family.
This event was super meaningful to them.
Because when you move to Total Wireless, you can get amazing devices on nationwide 5G. And with unlimited plans starting at $25 a month, you could save up to $1,200 a year.
Thank you, Total Wireless, for helping me pull this off.
Total Wireless. Do amazing. Compatible 5G device required. 5G network in limited areas. Month equals 30 days. Savings claim made when compared to 4-line postpaid plans of leading carriers 10-20-20. See terms and conditions at TotalWireless.com.
You have the choice, whether it's going out for dinner or ordering takeout at a local restaurant or buying that new outfit from a local boutique. Those choices help to put money back into your community. And Town Square Media South Jersey puts a spotlight on local businesses.
Ambient Comfort Heating and Cooling Professionals. AmbientComfortNJ.com.
Filling Marble and Tile Outlet, Philadelphia Avenue and Route 30 in Egg Harbor City. FillingMarble.com.
Dennisville Fence, serving you since 1952. Be the envy of your neighborhood.
East Coast Roofing, Siding, and Windows services all of South Jersey. If you call, they'll show up. Call East Coast today at 609-646-1444. Online at eastcoastroofing.com.
Comfort Now by Bob McAllister. Improve the comfort in your home. Call 609-400-1005 and ask about discounts and rebate incentives. Visit iwantcomfortnow.com.
Thank you for supporting your local businesses. From Town Square Media, South Jersey.
You can watch the Sports Bash live now on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Search 97.3 ESPN or visit our website, 97.3ESPN.com.
All right, Super Bowl Sunday. You can hear the game right here on 97.3 ESPN. The coverage starts at 3 p.m. I'm Mike Gill. That's Hunter Brody. This is the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. We'll talk a little Super Bowl. We'll talk a little football. We'll talk a little life. He was the number 2 pick in the NFL draft. He is now a part of the Believe Podcast Network. Believe in the Pac-12 on the Believe Podcast Network. You can also hear them breaking down college and NFL football on SiriusXM Radio. And he, like all guests, appears right now on the Boardwalk Honda Hotline as we welcome in Ryan Leaf to the show. Ryan, how you been, man?
I'm good, fellas. How are you guys doing? How's the Super Bowl week treating you?
It's not too bad. 3 years ago today, the Philadelphia Eagles, which is where we are, won the Super Bowl, and many of us are wondering what the heck happened. And we've been looking forward to talking to you all week because obviously, as a guy who went through the league and had the ups and downs of playing that position, when you watch Carson Wentz this year, we figure maybe you have some insight on potentially what has happened to a guy who has experienced such highs and this year had so many lows.
Well, for guys that are drafted so high, you'd be surprised how fragile like the confidence or ego is if you lose confidence in what you're doing. And the team was bad, period. Right, the whole team was bad, and I hate that quarterbacks and coaches get all the credit for when things go right, and they get all the blame for when things go wrong. And it simply wasn't the case. And, you heard Kelsey this year talk about how, we all played poorly. We are a bad team this year. And the quarterback's going to get the brunt end of it. And Doug Peterson said, we're going to try Jalen Hurts instead of riding it out with Carson Wentz. And the organization simply said, hey, we're going to go with our franchise quarterback. And we just don't think, Doug, you were doing anything to help put him in good positions. And we'll see what that looks like a year from now. I do give Philadelphia fans a hard time, especially when I'm in Pennsylvania speaking. They always ask me, of course, what do you think of the Eagles? And I always say, well, I mean, they let the Super Bowl MVP leave town and played the backup, and it always gets your guys' goat so much. And isn't today like the anniversary of the Super Bowl win for you guys 3 years ago?
It sure is, and I think a lot of people.
And you guys have a memorial or a statue out in front, and the two guys that are in the statue, right, they are no longer with the organization. How does that work?
Right, and I would ask you, like, if you walked into a team and you were at one point you were the number 2 pick, just like Carson Wentz. And if your backup had a bronze statue out front, how would that play? I mean, would that be something that you can get past and get over?
I don't know. That's interesting. I'd wonder what it was like. But I mean, they clearly made the point that the next year by saying, hey, we're going with we're going to go with Carson again. He's the one that got us to the playoffs. He was having an MVP type of season before he tore his knee up out in Los Angeles, and so. I think if you're a Super Bowl MVP, you have all the confidence in the world. And sure enough, when Carson went down, they were a drop pass away from, the NFC Championship again the next year. So, it's been strange. It really has. I will be really interested to see if the youngster from North Dakota can get that swagger back and do the things he did in that MVP type year 3 years ago. Because if he can't, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Jalen Hurts pretty quick next year if things start going in the opposite direction.
Now, I mean, obviously, again, you mentioned your draft status, and sometimes you have that draft status, but then you walk into an NFL locker room. How difficult is it to walk into that locker room and get the respect? I mean, I guess sometimes you feel like, hey, I'm the quarterback. I'm drafted number 2. They respect me, but it's not that easy.
No, they don't care where you were drafted. If you can lead them, if you could be the quarterback, you could be drafted in the 6th round, a la Tom Brady, or you could be drafted, number 10 overall by the Kansas City Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes. It doesn't matter. It's all what you do on the practice field. And then when you get into a game, especially when you start to make a few mistakes, how you react to that, how you deal with failure. Do you respond correctly? Do you respond in a healthy, positive way? Or do you get defensive and start pointing fingers? That's a big part of it. And what really was a big part of my downfall is that I didn't take any of the accountability when it was my fault, when I was playing poorly. And if I would have done that, I really do think like veterans on the team and Junior Seau and Rodney Harrison, they would have had my back. But because of how defensive I got and how much blame I put on others, the veterans just walked away and say, this isn't the guy that can lead us into the promised land.
Well, that definitely seems like something happening right now with Carson Wentz. There's so many reports every day about the accountability and always blaming others. So maybe that is a big problem. And I just want to bring up the fact that, every time someone speaks about Jalen Hurts, they bring up that leadership quality. When they talk about Carson Wentz, it's more about he's a fiery guy, he's a competitor. But maybe the word leader doesn't really come out. And, I'm just trying to find the balance between the two. And how important is it to be able to relate with these guys and be that leader, but also have that fiery competitor part of you as well? Like, how important is it to find that balance?
Well, I think the leadership part has to be at the forefront, period. And then everything falls after that. Jalen Hurts is a fiery guy, too. He's a leader, but he's a fiery guy out there. That's a part of his resume as well. But if the word leadership is the first thing that comes out of people's mouths when it comes to Jalen Hurts, that right there is the resume builder. He has all the other things. And I saw this in college when covering college football. I was actually my last day of work for ESPN before COVID absolutely decimated everything. I was at the Oklahoma Pro Day watching him go through it. And I thought whatever team, and I actually thought the Baltimore Ravens were a team that were going to take a look at him as a backup to Lamar Jackson. And Philly got in there before that. And I thought got a real steal in the draft by taking him that high. And, we'll see. It's going to have to he's going to have to show promise. Carson Wentz is early in the season in this new offense, or Jalen Hurts is really going to get a strong look next year.
All right. Well, let me ask you this then. Ryan Leaf is our guest from the Believe Podcast Network. And obviously, Ryan, all these things are out there. But he's unhappy. He doesn't want to be there. He still hasn't said a word since Peterson has been fired. Wentz has not said a peep. He hasn't congratulated the new coach. He has said nothing. So, number one, does that tell you he doesn't want to be here? And number two, if he is here, with all that's gone on, how does he walk back into that locker room with all of these reports going? Now, they might not be true. They might not be whatever. But if they are, how does he walk back in there and win that locker room back over?
Well, first off, we don't know if these are true or not. He could have simply called single one of his teammates, the new coach, everybody, and no one has said anything. That's rare. That sources don't leak, but he could have done that. And I from what I know of Carson and having spent the time with him, he's the type of person that would do that. So if he hasn't, that goes against all things character driven by him. And if that's the case, there's a real problem. There is a real problem if that is the response we're getting from him right now. And sometimes you fall off that cliff, right? It's a balancing act, kind of between, elite athlete and ass, right? And you just kind of bounce back and forth because you expect people to have your back because you're the big man on campus. And when that doesn't happen and you feel like you've been betrayed and the loyalty isn't there, you start acting impulsively, like the entitlement takes over and lack of accountability does. And so if that's the way it's trending, you're going to find out pretty quick. You'll find out pretty quick this offseason if it's trending in that direction.
I know that, by the way, Ryan is the host of the Believe in the Pac-12 on the Believe Podcast Network. You know the quarterback position very well. It's what you studied in your post-career with ESPN and now Believe and Sirius. This quarterback class here, the Eagles have the 6th pick. So would you move on from Wentz, go to Hurts, or think about a quarterback at number 6, or try to fix Wentz? They got a lot of options. How would you play it?
Well, the expectation in this league is what? Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady. Those are the expectations, right? We just watched the Rams, who went to the Super Bowl 3 years ago, or 2 years ago, walk away from their Super Bowl quarterback. The 49ers are clearly believing they're in the market for a quarterback when their quarterback took them to a Super Bowl a year ago. So if that's not good enough, then certainly if the Eagles have a chance at a quarterback that they feel that can compete over the next decade with the likes of Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen or that situation, then you might have to go do that. Now, if the new coaching staff and the ownership believe that Carson Wentz is the guy to take them there, then you use that 6th pick on what your next biggest need is. And for the Philadelphia Eagles, I would expect it is to bolster that offensive line to protect Carson, to finally get it right at the wide receiver position when you make a draft pick, and do something maybe in the back end of that defense. Those are the glaring spots I see in the Eagles past the quarterback position. So it will be an interesting draft if they firmly believe that they need to find another quarterback to compete with the likes of Mahomes and Brady. Then Stafford now down in LA, they're going to have to look. I don't think that's the case. I think Carson comes out gangbusters next year if he's with the Eagles. I think he has a hell of a bounce back year and puts the Eagles in contention in the NFC East.
I hope you're right. Well, when you watched Carson Wentz struggle last year, not seeing the field, mechanics, injuries on the offensive line, what stood out to you most when it comes to that downfall?
Well, the way he was just careless with the football. That wasn't him. He wasn't that guy early in his career. Doug Peterson must have kind of given him the green light, it felt like, because some of the times where he was making some throws, he was taking chances that he normally didn't do. And usually when you start doing that, it's not because you're not seeing the field well, it's because you've been coached up all week that, like, hey, we need to take these shots. We need to take these chances. And he felt confident in doing that. I don't think he expected to be benched by Peterson one iota, because I think he was following his leadership on how to play the quarterback position last year, because it was so out of the ordinary that he turned the ball over as much as he did.
Ryan Leaf, we'll leave you with your thoughts on this game. You mentioned Mahomes. You mentioned Brady. This might be the best quarterback matchup, the young versus the old. One guy going for 7, the other guy chasing him would get his second. So how do you see this one playing out on Sunday?
Well, I all my years watching the NFL, all my years playing, and my post-career in an analyst chair, I have not seen an offense that has been this efficient and this effective. I just haven't. And therefore, you have to do things that make you uncomfortable on the other side of the football, out of the ordinary. And Bruce Arians is that guy. He really is. He's a guy that will go for it on 4th down in his own territory. He's a guy that will do some madness on special teams. And their defense has gotten turnovers. That's how you're going to have to beat the Chiefs this year, because they simply score when they have the football. When they need to, they score. And you have to find a way to limit possessions or to steal possessions from them. And if the Bucs can do that, if they get Antoine Winfield Jr. back and they use him more as a utility guy to kind of follow Mahomes a little bit, shadow him, not necessarily shadow him so much, but just kind of sit in that mid to deep zone area to make sure you can stop him on 3rd down when he's used his feet to continue and extend drives. That's how you beat him. I still don't think it gets done. I think the Chiefs win 38-35.
38-35. Great game, great insight from former NFL quarterback Ryan Leaf of the Believe Podcast Network. Check him out there. And, of course, he, like all guests, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda hotline, and you can check more from him at Ryan D. Leaf on Twitter. Ryan, it was a pleasure to catch up with you, man. We appreciate it.
You bet, fellas. Have a great Super Bowl weekend.
We will try to do our best. It's a little somber watching the Super Bowl with Andy Reid going a chance to win another one when we're here very far off.
Nick Sirianni.
Yeah, it's just, 3 years ago today, I woke up and was like, today's the day. 3 years ago.
You won a lot of money.
It's all gone.
It's all gone.
Hey, Ryan Leaf was great. Good stuff from him. When we come back, it's Football at 4. Andrew DeCecco. There's a lot of stuff swirling around. NFL Network report on Carson Wentz. You'll hear it. You'll hear DeCecco's take. That's coming up during Football at 4. Next, right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. And watch the show live on our website, 97.3ESPN.com.
It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey tomorrow on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app with Tim Saunders and Steve Coates calling all the play-by-play action.
Ryder Hunt gets over and makes a great save.
The Flyers host the Boston Bruins. Coverage begins after high school basketball. It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey on the radio home of the Flyers in South Jersey, 97.3 ESPN, and listen live on the free mobile app.
Health Update with Robin Stoloff, brought to you by the Wound Care Clinic of South Jersey.
High blood pressure or hypertension is very common and something many Americans have to keep an eye on. In fact, you could have high blood pressure and not even know it. After all, there's a reason it is known as the silent killer. It can put unwanted stress on your heart and can lead to serious health problems such as heart attack, kidney disease, sexual dysfunction, and stroke. Your blood pressure consists of two numbers, and these numbers may fluctuate during the day depending on your activities. But new guidelines from the American Heart Association actually lower the threshold that's considered too high. This new definition will result in nearly half of the U.S. adult population having high blood pressure, with the greatest impact among younger people. Take control of these numbers by decreasing sodium, cutting out smoking, and increasing physical activity. In some cases, medication may also help. I'm Robin Stoloff for Health Update.
Brought to you by the Wound Care Clinic of South Jersey in Northfield.
I'm Harvey from Bernie Robbins Jewelers. Love makes one do crazy things. Take me. I'm having a 50% off sale, a crazy Cupid 50% off Valentine's sale with interest-free financing, something we haven't done in years, featuring great Valentine's gifts and engagement diamonds at 50% off with interest-free financing. Shop BernieRobbins.com or go crazy the old-fashioned way and visit one of our stores. The 50% off Crazy Cupid sale ends February 13th. Why the 13th? If you haven't done it by then, I can't help you.
Buying some pretzel sticks?
Excuse me?
This is your wake-up call from TracFone Wireless.
Okay.
What if you didn't eat all those pretzel sticks by the end of the month, so this store took them back?
Good luck.
That's how some wireless companies are with your data, but TracFone Wireless gives you unlimited carryover data with active service, so you keep what you pay for. Plans start at $20 a month.
Wow, that's cool.
Sir, are you bothering the customers?
Yeah, hang on.
This is your wake-up call, people. TracFone Wireless. Now you're in control.
Available at major retailers. See terms and conditions at TracFone.com.
The 55th big game is this weekend, and to celebrate football's finale, DraftKings Sportsbook, America's top-rated sportsbook app, is doubling your money if a touchdown is scored in the big game. That's right. All it takes is for one touchdown to be scored Sunday night, and boom, your money is doubled. As if this game wasn't enough reason to party, with double the cash, you'll be celebrating till next season. And don't forget about DraftKings Big Game Prediction Challenge, with up to $55 million in total prizes up for grabs and instant prizes for everyone who enters the contest. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use code 973 to get a shot at doubling your money if a touchdown is scored in Sunday's game. That's code 973 to get a shot at doubling your money. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Must be 21 or older. New Jersey only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/prediction-challenge-DFS for details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Carmen's startup found an angel investor, but now they're asking for a miracle from her development team.
Hello, this is Carmen. That's exciting news. I guess we could launch early.
It's time to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. The moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database. Indeed delivers 2.5 times more hires than the other branded job sites combined, according to Breezy HR 2019. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get a $75 credit for your first job post. Terms and conditions apply.
When you support your local small businesses, it helps keep your neighbors employed, helps kids save for college, and strengthens your community. And Town Square Media South Jersey puts local businesses in the spotlight.
Ambient Comfort Heating and Cooling Professionals. AmbientComfortNJ.com.
Filling Marble and Tile Outlet. Philadelphia Avenue and Route 30 in Egg Harbor City. FillingMarble.com.
Dennisville Fence, serving you since 1952. Be the envy of your neighborhood.
Comfort Now by Bob McAllister. Improve the comfort in your home. Call 609-400-1005 and ask about discounts and rebate incentives. Visit IWantComfortNow.com.
East Coast Roofing, Siding and Windows. Services all of South Jersey. If you call, they'll show up. Call East Coast today at 609-646-1444. Online at eastcoastroofing.com.
Thank you for supporting your local businesses. From Town Square Media, South Jersey.
This is South Jersey's radio home for the Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers. WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's sports leader.
97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4 with 97.3 ESPN.com's Andrew DeCecco.
My first allegiance is what will be best for the Philadelphia Eagles and our fans for the next
3, 4, 5 years.
Powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Now, live from inside the Matt Black Kia Studios. It's Football at 4.
Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast and brought to you by Dr. Lyle Back. For everything from skincare to cosmetic surgery, go to ilovelylback.com or call 856-MAKEOVER for Dr. Lyle Back, proud sponsor of Football at 4. Mike and Brodes, Andrew DeCecco is in the house today, and Andrew falls on a day where there's some interesting news surrounding the Philadelphia Eagles. Roger Goodell also spoke. We'll get Andrew's thoughts on the Super Bowl. This will be his final appearance before the big game, so we'll talk to him, get his thoughts on that and more. But first, let's bring Andrew in here on the Boardwalk Honda Hotline. And Andrew, another day as the world turns for the Philadelphia Eagles and their quarterback Carson Wentz. The NFL Network, Inside the Birds, also reporting that the Eagles have been fielding calls for disgruntled quarterback Carson Wentz. Adam Kaplan said today that he is hearing that people around the league think that the Colts make the most sense. Obviously, a lot of people have connected the Colts, but what say you when you hear that the Eagles are fielding calls for Wentz? Is the inevitable going to happen that Wentz will be traded, or is this due diligence?
Yeah, I think at this point, Mike, it's going to be more a matter of when this happens more so than if, because there's just too much smoke for this not to happen. I mean, even heard Daniel Jeremiah speak the other day, the way that Carson Wentz is perceived around the NFL, he's going to have a lot of interest. And I think that when you look at a 28-year-old quarterback, a lot of teams are going to be inclined to at least, call and see what the starting point is for the Eagles, because there's going to be a lot of teams that feel like we can fix this guy. Maybe it was the system, maybe there are other variables contributing to his regression. Maybe we could offer, when you look at quarterbacks like in the past, like Carson Palmer and Sam Bradford that yielded first-round picks, you have to think that the starting point for Carson Wentz is going to be a first-round pick. And, there's some certainty there, knowing at least what he's capable of doing from teams, and there's less question when you're looking at, versus a rookie quarterback. So I do think that they're smart to field calls. I think eventually he's going to have to get moved. I put it this way. There's no way that I foresee Carson and Jalen Hurts being able to kind of coexist and be on the same roster in training camp. There's not going to be a training camp battle I can't foresee between the two quarterbacks. There's no way that Carson Wentz would be down for that. That's kind of just the way I see it.
Over the last 4 or 5 weeks or even longer, we've been discussing, hey, has Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie maybe releasing some information out to the public so a story will be generated? Do you think it's possible that maybe these phone calls that we're all hearing about, maybe it's not as strong as it really is, but maybe it's Lurie and Howie kind of throwing it out there to see what happens?
I do think that there's some merit to Rappaport and what you and obviously all the different reports that you saw that they're fielding calls. And one of the interesting things in Mike Garafolo's article was that even with Doug Peterson gone, Carson Wentz still had concerns, which to me leads to Howie Roseman and ownership. And that's kind of how and those aren't going away, right? So I kind of see him saying, look, yeah, you got rid of Doug Peterson and we got a new coach in here, but that's not good enough. There's still other things that make me uneasy about returning back to Philadelphia. I may want to start somewhere else. So I think that the calls are legitimate, and I think that there's going to be more than a handful of teams that are at least inquiring about getting his services. So I guess we're going to kind of have to see how it plays out.
Now, your opinion on this, Andrew? Do you think the Eagles are fielding calls or making calls?
Well, I think that they're fielding calls, right?
So Howie's not picking up the Rolodex and calling around the league and saying, "Hey, you have any interest in Wentz?" But he definitely has his ringer on.
Yeah, he's definitely got his ringer on, Mike. And look, the Eagles did not want it to get to this point. They made it very clear that they didn't want to move on from. They don't want to move on from Carson Wentz. But their hand may be getting forced a little bit here based on, you can't have a franchise quarterback play in a city that he doesn't want to be. That's not good for the franchise, and that's not good for the player. So I think they kind of reached a crossroads here where, we didn't want to get to this, but and other teams around the league, they know that. So they're going to make these phone calls and at least start these conversations and kind of initiate the dialogue as far as, what's the starting point? What do you guys, what's it going to take for us to pry this guy away? Because obviously the marriage here is just not working out.
Well, let's say they are just taking calls and nothing ends up happening. How now do you bring back Carson Wentz and he goes back into this locker room, goes to the NovaCare complex every day, knowing that, well, they were taking phone calls about me? And I know the easy answer is you're a professional. Go out there and play. But we're talking about a scenario now that isn't really that doesn't fly right now. This is a mess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a mess, Hunter. And what may happen is the Eagles may end up having to get desperate and have to take the best offer, which may not be what most quarterbacks yield on the open market. It might be less than a first-round pick because there's no way that it's going to work out given all the stories that have come out. Carson's silence. There's going to be possibly a divided locker room. Imagine what the locker room thinks when the season ends with Jalen Hurts as the quarterback, but you automatically turn the reins over to Carson Wentz. That's going to cause a little bit of discrepancy there. It's just not a healthy situation for either party right now. And, maybe Carson Wentz can have that resurgence to his career. I just don't know that it can happen in Philadelphia, given everything that's sort of transpired. Just a toxic atmosphere there. And I think it'd be best for both parties kind of just to part ways.
Yeah. Now, one thing that we've kind of wondered is what is the line of demarcation for a trade? Like, in your mind, what would be the least you would be like? What do you need to get back in return? They got 2 first-round picks for Matthew Stafford. So where's your level of what the Eagles would have to get back for you to consider moving him?
Well, I think equal, or a first and a second round pick. Look, we're talking about, yes, he's had an injury history, but we're talking about a quarterback who 3 years ago was in the running for a league MVP. So you don't just want to toss somebody like that aside without getting proper compensation. But what may happen is teams are going to know that the Eagles are kind of under the gun here, and that they're kind of held hostage, and they know that obviously the contract situation. And I would say a first and a second round pick. I don't know that teams are going to want to give 2 firsts for Carson, knowing everything that's kind of festered and all the kind of the locker room drama and all that stuff. There's going to be some teams that are going to be a little bit hesitant and not willing to kind of give that kind of capital to acquire somebody who could end up being problematic for their franchise. But there's going to be enough intrigue there to say, hey, you know what? Here's a 28-year-old quarterback. We can kind of get him on the right path, and if it works out, we're going to be right in the playoffs and push for a championship.
I'm with you where I don't think it works here no matter what. So if the best offer on the table is a second-round pick, what do you say?
Man, the reason why I said they have to pull the trigger is because, like you said, Hunter, I just can't envision Carson getting in front of the podium.
What if it was a third?
Training camp, that's speaking. If it was a third, I don't think that the Eagles would be willing to do that. But I don't think the teams would be willing to. I think that they would offer a second-round pick. I don't think that they're going to lowball the Eagles so much as to offer a third-round pick. But I just have such a hard time envisioning Carson Wentz in front of the podium in training camp like nothing happened. You have to eventually address it. You can't just move on. He hasn't addressed the new coaching hire. He hasn't spoken since the Green Bay Packers game. Really, it's just too much stuff is kind of piled on. Where you just walk in the locker room like, hey guys, I'm ready to, let's get after it. I just don't know that it's going to work that way. There's just too much drama and too much, and a potentially divided locker room that I don't know that Nick Sirianni really needs to deal with that right now as a first-year head coach.
Right, and the one thing is, you mentioned he hasn't talked at all, and now Hurts has come out and he's talked, and Mills has come out and he said stuff. And the fact that Wentz doesn't come out is the message. Hey, I'm not going to say anything because I don't want to be here, or I don't want to say anything because I got nothing to say. In other words, you guys can read it yourself. I don't need to go out there and stir more controversy. But the fact that Hurts has now come out and at least mentioned, hey, I know it's a business. I'm willing to fight for it. It kind of almost gives him the lead in the leadership category.
Yeah, I think Jalen's getting proper guidance. That's what you want from a franchise quarterback. You want accountability. You want someone that's going to accept the challenge, be willing to fight for it, not expect to be handed something, that there's not an air of entitlement there. That's what you want to hear. And Jalen has those leadership qualities. There was never a question about that. Well, in Carson's case, you gotta be careful about speculating. That's what I caution a lot of people, because you don't want to just draw your own conclusions. But I mean, in this particular situation, having someone that's not talked, that hasn't spoken in months, and these are serious issues that have been kind of that have been printed, and you haven't addressed it. I mean, you even have to do a press conference. How about a note, a post out there, just kind of addressing it and clearing the air? There hasn't been anything like that. So unfortunately, all we're left to do is to kind of assume, I don't think this guy really wants to be here. Talking's not really going to get him anywhere one way or the other. And, I think his camp is going to kind of handle everything moving forward.
All right, let me ask you this. You guys are both under the assumption that the Eagles need to get back something for him. Do any of you guys think the Eagles have to give up something with him to get rid of him, similar to what LA did with Goff?
Yeah, I mean, that's always going to be on the table as well because of the contract, right? I mean, I think you're going to have to. These are what fielding calls are all about. The early stages of that, figuring out what teams think. Maybe they don't have to, but maybe there's going to be a certain team that says, we're willing to take them, but we want this from you in return. So I mean, I think that they have to explore all options, because, like I said, I think it's just not working out here in Philadelphia, and they need to figure out a way to get this guy off the roster.
Yeah, personally, I don't think that you'd have to give up something like the Rams did to get rid of Carson Wentz like they did with Goff. But, hey, you never know with this crazy business.
Like you don't think a team would call and say, we'll take Wentz, but we want a future first. We want something
because
in
there'll
return.
be a team that would offer that third, that hypothetically that third I just mentioned to him, or maybe something like that. I feel there would be a team that said, hey, if it's only going to cost us the third, wouldn't the Eagles rather take that third than give up first-round picks to trade Wentz?
Yeah, well, that would be the only tipping point. If it gets to that point, Hunter, where they're kind of offering, a third-round pick or something like that, then that would be kind of moot. But it's going to be really interesting to see, because the Eagles have a real serious dilemma here, and this is really the last thing that Nick Sirianni really needs to be dealing with. But it's the topic of conversation here in Philadelphia, and it's not going away. So, I mean, they're going to have to get creative here and really entertain any and every call that they get about this guy, because, like I said, it's just not a healthy relationship right now.
I know we've thrown this around before, but since the trade talk's getting more realistic, pick 6. Do you rock with Jalen Hurts, or are you thinking, hey, maybe we should look into a quarterback?
Well, look, they're assuming, obviously Lawrence is going 1. Justin Fields would be the only quarterback that I would go for at 6 if he happens to be there. But the Eagles they're not really built or equipped right now to win anything right now. This is kind of Sirianni's going to feel his way, going to build the roster the way that he envisions building it. It's going to be probably a 2 or 3 year process before they're really close to competing for anything, I would assume. But given the cap situation, given they're going to have to get younger in certain areas, it's going to be a retooling, so to speak. So I think that you go with Jalen Hurts for this year. You see what you have there. Give him. I think his guy's going to look markedly different with a full off season and new coaching. Brian Johnson being the quarterback coach, he has a relationship with Jalen Hurts. I think that you're going to see a different Jalen Hurts from what you saw last season. He was kind of thrown into the fire. But 4 games, I don't think is an accurate sample size of what he can actually be as a pro. I think that he has room to grow, and he deserves a year to be able to do that.
You know the draft really well. So what about a quarterback at number 6? Was that something that would interest you if they were to move Wentz, or would you advocate sticking with Hurts?
I mean, I would stick with Hurts, and I would address other areas of the roster that really need. I mean, look, they need receiver help. They need offensive line help. They could always use defensive line. There's even up and down the board. They just need to get younger. And I think when you do that, I think you go with Jalen Hurts, but you surround him with weapons where in an atmosphere where he's set up to succeed. Give him a Kyle Pitts. Give him a bona fide wide receiver to pair with Rager.
There you go, giving them a tight end at number 6. Check.
Yeah, I mean, I would probably, you could probably afford to trade down and go down a few spots and still get Kyle Pitts. But I think the point is you really need to. You have a young quarterback. Give him a full offseason, give him a full year in that system, but give him weapons and give him the proper tools that he needs to be successful. Don't make the same mistake he made with Wentz, because obviously there's so many things that kind of compiled, and he just doesn't want to be here. But so they can't make that same mistake, and you have to set this guy up for success.
Yeah.
And I think that starts with adding a skill player in the early with their first round pick.
What a mess.
Yeah, something we haven't really hit on yet is the Howie Roseman part of this. Now, Donovan McNabb was on CBS Sports, and he was asked about if they should move on from Carson Wentz, and he said yes, but the problem is Howie is so tied to him that his job could be on the line. Like, this guy moved all the way up to go get Carson Wentz, and now it's getting to this level of ugliness. Do you think that there's anything
the problem,
to that?
though. I don't look at it and say
as a failure.
It was a failure.
I agree with you.
They made the move up. They drafted a guy. He got him to a Super Bowl. They went to the playoffs twice. I don't say, like, no offense to Ryan Leaf, who we just had on, and he's not here to defend himself, but he wasn't a busteroni like Leaf was. I mean, this guy was, Leaf,
no, I'm with you.
He owns it. I mean, he accepts the fact that he was a bust. Wentz wasn't a colossal bust. He just has taken a turn.
No, I agree with you completely. It's just an interesting perspective of now it's like, okay,
that is
Doug and Howie were tied together, and now you have Howie and Wentz tied together, and it evaporated very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, Howie is tied to Carson, and like you guys outlined, it's not a failure. The Eagles don't win Super Bowl 52 without Carson Wentz and having that performance that he had. Unfortunately, obviously the ACL injury wiped out his opportunity of actually playing in the title game, but I mean, they don't get there without him. So I don't know that you can call that a failure. And he, to the point that he's tied to, Howie's tied to Carson. Yeah, he is. And, it's kind of indirectly Howie's fault that Carson doesn't want to be here. He holds a primary, he's a primary contributor to why he doesn't want to be here. He doesn't have the weapons that a lot of the younger quarterbacks that, that have come through the league have really had. And, they didn't do right by the guy. And, obviously I don't think that Carson handled it, correctly. But I mean, Howie has nobody really to blame but himself.
Inside the Birds, Adam Kaplan, they reported earlier this morning, and this isn't like, I don't think a crazy thing, but that high-ranking NFL personnel sources believe the Colts, many people feel they're the best fit, but their report is that they're the best equipped to land Wentz. And that factoring in cap, contractual situation, and all of that. So do you feel that if you're the Colts and you're Frank Reich, is that a move that you pull the trigger on that puts them over the top?
Yeah, I mean, their defense all season long was up there with the top defenses in football. What they were really missing was a quarterback, a young quarterback that can kind of make plays outside the pocket, make plays outside of structure, elevate the plays of the guys around him. I mean, Philip Rivers, let's face it, as good of a career as he had, he wasn't going to take them to the Super Bowl. He didn't even he was never really a threat to take them to the Super Bowl. I think that having a young quarterback like Carson, pairing him with Frank Reich, who seems to be the one coach that knew how to press all the right buttons with this guy, get him on an MVP track. And obviously, Press Taylor is in the mix there too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So I mean, there's going to be some familiarity there, and that seems to be the best destination, not just financially because they were able to do so, but because of the coaches that are surrounding him. There's going to be a comfort level there, and he's seen success with Frank Reich before, so it all makes sense.
And a really good offensive line there too. That it's one of the reasons why Luck wanted out of there. They had no line. And then they brought Ballard in, and Ballard started to fix the line, and now the line's one of the best in the league. And Luck, there's some murmurs. I don't know if you heard this at all, Andrew. There is some murmurs that Luck might be thinking about coming back, due in part that line is fixed.
Oh man, I was a big Andrew Luck fan. He's my favorite quarterback. It'd be awesome to see him come back, but I just have a hard time believing those rumors. I think he's so far away from football right now. I wouldn't rule out, knowing how smart he is and how good of a teacher he was when he was playing. As far as him being a coach, I wouldn't rule that out. I just don't see 2 years removed that he would have any interest in coming back to the NFL, given his time that he's been away.
All right, this is Football at 4. He's Andrew DeCecco. It's Super Bowl Sunday coming up on 97.3 ESPN. So Andrew, of course, you are big into the draft. You're big into the landscape of the NFL, not just the Eagles. So as this offseason gets here, we will talk more NFL as the Eagles stuff slows down. It just hasn't slowed down at all. But I do want to get your breakdown and thoughts, because you're a really good X and O's guy to break this game down. How you see this is I don't feel like this matchup's getting enough credit, because the Buccaneers aren't a sexy, I guess, team for whatever, but neither market is all that sexy. But you got a really good Buccaneers defense, a really fast-paced offense. You got Tom Brady on one side. I think it's going to be a really fun game. How do you break it down?
Well, to me, the X factor becomes Carlton Davis, the Buccaneers corner, versus Tyreek Hill. Earlier in the season, Tyreek Hill went up against Carlton Davis and absolutely embarrassed him. There's nothing Carlton Davis could do, and the game was over really before at the blink of an eye. So I think right now the Tampa Bay pass rush has to get home on Pat Mahomes, because I don't know if the secondary is going to be enough to be able to slow down Travis Kelce, Tyreek Hill, Mecole Hardman, all those guys. I just don't know that they're going to be able to keep up in a track meet like that. So the pass rush really needs to be on for them. I don't think Kansas City's going to have a lot of success running the football. I really think Tampa's very stout against the run. And then, on the other side of the football, you look at Tom Brady. I've learned a long time ago never to rule Tom Brady out of anything. So there's a lot of people that already have the Chiefs win this game, -3, of course. But I think it's going to be one of those where it's going to be tight all the way throughout the game. And Tom Brady's going to have some success with Chris Godwin and Mike Evans and moving the football that way. I'm not really impressed with the Kansas City secondary. Outside of Tyrann Mathieu and Juan Thornhill, but their corners don't really, they're not really going to strike fear in anything. So I think that Brady's going to be able to find success throwing the football. Tampa Bay's running game, there's not really much there with Leonard Fournette and a banged up Ronald Jones. They're still going to go. They're still going to try, but they should find more success running the football than Kansas City will. But I ultimately have the Chiefs winning 31-27 right now.
A lot of high scores. Ryan Leaf had 35-31, I think it was. And there you heard Andrew there. Another high-scoring game. Should be a lot of fun. Super Bowl Sunday is the final football game of the season. And then it's on to free agency and, of course, the NFL draft. And Andrew DeCecco will be with us throughout it all here on Football at 4. We don't go anywhere for Football at 4, and it's powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. And as we told you earlier, per Adam Kaplan and Jeff Mosher from Inside the Birds, the Eagles – according to some high-ranking NFL sources, the Eagles will eventually wind up moving Wentz despite the massive cap hit that comes from the 4-year extension he signed back in 2019. For more on that story, check out InsideTheBirds.com. All right, Andrew, enjoy the Super Bowl, man. We'll catch up with you next week.
You too, guys. Have a great weekend.
All right, he, like all guests, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda hotline. I think that story, though, that that Kaplan and Mosher put together, collectively talking to some high-ranking officials, that they are now to the point where I think that Goff trade said, if somebody else is willing to eat the dead money, why wouldn't the Eagles be willing?
Well, the difference is, about $10 million more in the cap hit. So there is a decent...
pennies.
Yeah. Well, is that what you won on that Super Bowl day? Are you lying to me? You said 20,000. It's probably $10 million. Probably got stuff stashed in the bank. That's why you got your bathroom done. The
money's gone.
The vinyl's all finished over your porch. What else you hiding from me? All this coffee you're buying, new clothes every day, Fanatics. You got everything. I know where this is coming from.
I got everything, including my friends over at Bernie Robbins Jewelers. I stopped over there today. I was checking out new watches and all the great stuff they got going on for their Valentine's Day sale. It's a half-off sale. It's the first company-wide sale in 15 years. I stopped in there today to see the great staff at Bernie Robbins Jewelers. The watches over there, phenomenal. And if you're thinking about something for Valentine's Day or even for yourself, or if you want to tell your girlfriend, hey, if you want to get me something for Valentine's Day, select watches up to 50% off. Buy online right now. The in-store sale begins Wednesday, February 10th through Friday, February 13th. But you could go online right now and get those prices. Tell them Mike Gill from the Sports Bash sent you. They have interest-free financing available. And it's Valentine's Day, guys, coming up. you can get the gift for your girlfriend or wife for Valentine's Day at half off. It's a huge deal. It's the first company-wide half-off sale at Bernie Robbins in 15 years. Unbelievable. I was in the store today. Great service, friendly, safe, clean, and you can get anything for Valentine's Day at Bernie Robbins. Check them out. Tell Mike Gill from the Sports Bash sent you. Hey, when we come back, we got JR's pick for the Super Bowl. He's been hot, a winner all season long. Anthony Becht, former first-round tight end, at 5 o'clock.
Turn it on. Leave it on. The Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Start the new year in a new Kia at Matt Blatt Kia in Toms River or Egg Harbor Township today. The new year is an opportunity to set new goals and start fresh. And at Matt Blatt Kia, our goal is to get you out of that old car you hate. Come in today or visit us online and get the credit you deserve this new year. 0% APR financing available for up to 75 months on new 2021 Kia Sportage LX SUVs in stock. Plus, Matt Blatt Kia in Toms River and Egg Harbor Township wants your trade, even if you owe thousands more than it's worth. Plus, you can't make a mistake with our 4-day love it or leave it return policy.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
Offers with approved Tier 1 or 2 credit through Kia Motors Finance. Not all will qualify. 0% based on 1516 per 1,000 borrowed. Go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details. Expires 2/4/2021. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township. And now on Route 37 in Toms River.
What does Schwab's modern approach to wealth management really mean? For starters, it means delivering personal solutions for your financial goals, not ours. It means empowering investors no matter how little or how much they have. And it means providing great service. If you're not satisfied for any reason, we'll refund your eligible fee and work with you to make things right. Guaranteed. Visit schwab.com/Egg Harbor. Compare us to learn more or call the Egg Harbor Independent brand at 609-910-4807.
Liberty Mutual Insurance Company presents
And Doug. Breathe out and repeat after me. Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Your bird is eating my candles.
Your bird is eating my candles.
No, seriously, he's making a mess.
No, seriously.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Get a customized quote at libertymutual.com. A message from your neighbors and friends at First Bank. We've been serving residents and businesses of Sea Isle City and the surrounding communities for more than 130 years. Today's challenges, while unique, are another opportunity to show our strength and resilience. Our commitment to you remains strong. Whether it's using our drive-through services, bank by phone, the First Bank mobile app, or online banking, we're staying strong with you. Be safe and be secure. First Bank, here for you.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Last night's sleep? Interrupted by pain? Tonight, silence it. With new ZQL Night Pain. Restful sleep, now with powerful pain relief. ZQL Night Pain combines America's #1 sleep aid with a maximum strength pain reliever. So you can fall asleep fast and wake feeling rested, because pain should never get in the way of a great night's sleep. New ZQL Night Pain. Silence pain. Sleep soundly. Available at retailers near you.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Dealing with battery problems? We can help you out and get you ready for the colder weather ahead. Let's start with a free battery test. If you just need a free charge, we can help with that too. And if it's time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination. Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2019.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Buying some pretzel sticks?
Excuse me?
This is your wake-up call from TracFone Wireless.
Okay.
What if you didn't eat all those pretzel sticks by the end of the month, so this store took them back?
Good luck.
That's how some wireless companies are with your data, but TracFone Wireless gives you unlimited carryover data with active service, so you keep what you pay for. Plans start at $20 a month.
Wow, that's cool.
Sir, are you bothering the customers?
Yeah, hang on.
This is your wake-up call, people. TracFone Wireless. Now you're in control.
Available at major retailers. See terms and conditions at TracFone.com.
As a dentist, I know what my patients are saying. She says her gums are irritated. Is there anything you can do? You can try new Crest Advanced Gum Restore. It detoxifies below the gum line to restore your gums back to health in just 7 days.
You can watch the Sports Bash live now on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Search 97.3 ESPN or visit our website, 973ESPN.com.
All right, 431. Don't forget, we got Super Bowl 55 coming to you right here on 97.3 ESPN. We'll be going through some of the props as well that are out there. A lot of fun with that as we try to look at some of the non-game props, too. Like, what will be said first by Tony Romo? Read, penetration, blitz, A-gap, or trick play? What are you going with?
I want to know how they get the odds set for these. Like, are they basing it off of history and what he normally says? You know what I mean? Like, what information do they gather to say, let me set these odds?
I think somebody who might be able to help us with that answer is JR from the Wager Pro app. Maybe you know, JR. How do they come up with these prop bet odds? Do you have any idea how they set, that odd on the what will first be said by Tony Romo?
Some of those ones, honestly, I have no idea how they actually come up with the original line, but I could tell you that there's a meeting that takes place every day, every evening, and there's usually a board of anywhere from as little as 4 or 5 guys to as many as 12 or 13 that sit around a table and they literally spit out numbers on what they think that the spread should be. They post a line, most of them at the major sports book like the Hilton or now the Westgate out in Vegas. And as soon as they start getting early action, they adjust the line immediately so that they can try to grab that 50-50 action from the public. And that's how odds are made. But the proposition bets, that's a whole nother animal. The odds makers, I think they're scratching their head as much as anybody. But I'll be honest with you, this is how they make their money. They don't care if they win or lose the Super Bowl bet itself. The public can make money on the game, but it is absolutely positive that they're going to lose a fortune in prop bets. Way more money than they're going to ever make on the game itself. So here's what I'm doing. I hit the big game it feels like every year. 15 of the last 17 years I've hit the Super Bowl. So anyone listening, you want the point spread winner, don't scratch your head on this one. I'm giving it to you absolutely free on a recorded message. And winner tonight in the NBA between the Trailblazers and 76ers. That line is up to 10. So call now. I've got huge information on both games, and I'm going to give you both winners absolutely free on a 30-second recording. 800-499-3733. Dial that number right now. Listen to the short message and get both winners on the recording. 800-499-3733. Let me show you how to make money betting on games. Guys, nothing could be more fun than betting games and making money. Let's face it. So call now. 800-499-3733.
All right, we're going to transition into some NBA as we get into the post-football season here with JR. And let's get a couple thoughts on some of the NBA action tonight. One of the games that I find really exciting, it's that Nuggets-Lakers game later on tonight. It's at 10 o'clock. So when you put your head down to go to sleep, how can the people bet this one? It's started at 6 down to 5.
Yeah, we're talking about the game that everyone in the East Coast will be betting. So when their wives and their kids go to sleep and they want some action, they'll be definitely flipping this game on, and they'll be watching it intently, and they'll definitely have quite a bit of money being bet on it. So you got the Lakers obviously at home in this matchup, but with the line at 5 and the way Denver's been playing, quite frankly, that line is right where it should be, and they're grabbing basically 50-50 action right now. Lakers are only a 55% consensus on this game, believe it or not, even though they're coming into this matchup. Both teams are, by the way, at 500 against the spread. Denver 10-10 against the spread. Lakers 11-11 against the spread. But I see a difference, obviously, on the stat sheet that Denver puts up quite a bit more points. I mean, a nice little differential there of about 7 points of offense, but obviously Lakers play much better defense. So, Lakers at home in this one. If I had to lean my hat one way or the other, I think the Lakers have the edge. I think that the defense will slow the game down enough on their end of the court, and I believe that it'll come down to the end, but the Lakers get the win. They win this one by 8 or 9 points.
All right, another game that's interesting. Two teams that people had some hopes for. Golden State and the Mavericks. Dallas is minus 3.5. Really hasn't moved much. If you're at PointsBet, you can get it for 2.5.
Right, and again, another one that you got to figure that the public is, and they definitely are right now. The consensus on it is about 64%, 65% coming in on Dallas. But I mean, look, Golden State's one of those teams that can definitely upset, especially the way the offense has been playing. Now, their defense has been garbage, but the same thing could be said for Dallas. They're upside down in their D versus offense as well. The one thing I'll say, though, that I feel like Golden State can get some traction. It feels like they're about to get a little bit hot. They're only sitting 11-10 straight up and 10-11 against the spread. Both teams are under 500 ATS against the spread. But if I had to pick a winner on this one, give me Golden State here plus the points. I'm going to go against the public, and I'm going to take those 3.5, probably buy it up to 4. Look for Golden State to win that game outright, upset in Dallas tonight.
All right, one more that I want to throw your way, because the Hawks are a team that has, I don't want to say surprised this year, but they're better than they've been the last 10 years or so. That line started at 5, up to 8.5 for Atlanta and Utah.
Yeah, and you know what? The line's going up, but yet the public is betting on the underdog, and that just screams to me that there's going to be trouble in this one. The public's going to get hammered. I mean, look, Utah's, one of those teams that they're just playing great basketball, and not everybody's talking about them. The 16-5 straight up, and how about this? 14-7 against the spread, probably the best team in the NBA ATS, and that's because they're outscoring their opponents by nearly double digits. I mean, they're scoring 114, allowing 106. Not a lot of teams out there other than maybe Milwaukee and a couple others I can think of that have that kind of a stat sheet, and they're getting it done, whether it be home, whether it be on the road. They're winning every which way. So Atlanta, you said it right. They're playing better ball, but still, not like they're excessively winning more than they should be, because they're 11-10 against the spread, and they're only scoring 2 more points per game than their defense is letting up. So I'm going to go again against the public in this one. And anytime the public bets the dog, it's ugly. Look for the Jazz to easily handle them, especially with that line jumping up the way that it did. I'd be all over the Jazz here. Buy it down to -8.
All right, JR, tell us again what's happening tonight and with the Wager Pro app.
Guys, I'll tell you right now, when I say I love a game, I really love this matchup tonight with the Trailblazers coming into town to take on the 76ers. I'm going to give you that point spread winner absolutely free on the recorded message, along with the Sunday winner, of course, between the Buccaneers and the Chiefs. Do not try to guess that game on your own. I'll give it to you absolutely free, and I'm going to win it big. Call the toll-free number. It's on a 30-second recording, 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733. Be sure to download the Wager Pro app. Check me out at wagerpro.com. Have a safe week. Enjoy the game, guys. Get home safe and go out there and make some money.
All right, last football of the year, and JR, we appreciate it, man. Gets my blood boiling for that game on Sunday, as he mentions that last game, Super Bowl 55, right here on 97.3 ESPN. The I got to tell you, the Eastern Conference, if you haven't looked at the playoff standings, it looks a lot different than it has the last couple of years, and that Hawks team is in the mix.
Yeah, they are. Well, people were talking about the intrigue from this Hawks team entering the season, although I feel like I heard that a couple times, so maybe because you hear it so much, it's like, okay, really, we're going to do this again? But you're right. They're
good, though.
Yeah, they are starting to get a little bit better.
I mean, the pieces that they got and Bogdanovich got hurt, and they would be, but Young is good. Capella's good.
DeAndre Hunter from Virginia is playing
Collins,
a role.
They've got a legit bunch of guys now. They went out and made some moves this offseason. The question was, how are they all going to gel together and how fast were they going to do it? But if you're looking at the standings right now in the Eastern Conference, Philly, yes. Milwaukee, yes. Brooklyn, yes. Boston, yes. Indiana. Those 5 teams, you said, okay, Atlanta, Cleveland, Charlotte. They are the final 3 teams. By the way, the Miami Heat.
7-14.
At what point do you say, this team's no good?
Well, to be fair, they went through 2 weeks without Jimmy Butler for that COVID situation, and they were, but still, I mean, you would expect them to be better than this. The Cleveland squad, though, you know who I really enjoy watching? Colin Sexton. Like, I think this kid just flies under the radar a bit because he's playing in Cleveland. This kid's a baller.
You're right. And remember there was time where they were talking about Sexton and him and Beeline had all sorts of problems?
Yeah, well, Beeline apparently had no clue how to jump from the college game to the NBA game in terms of, these guys are professionals now. It's no longer college students.
Don't rip my man John Beeline.
I like him. I'm a fan. But by the way, he's averaging 25 points per game, Colin Sexton.
Atlanta's the 6 seed, Cleveland's the 7, Charlotte's the 8, and the Knicks are a half a game out at the 9. Pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Think about that. Worst team in basketball right now is Detroit and Minnesota. They're both tied with 5 and 16 records. The Western Conference, the Pelicans aren't very good. People thought they would be good. Dallas isn't very good. They were a team on the rise. Oklahoma City has taken a step back. Houston is not in the playoffs. Golden State is not in the playoffs. The new team in the West that's in the playoff mix that you're kind of surprised about would be, not surprised, but people thought would be Phoenix, I guess. Phoenix and Memphis are both in the 5 spot and the 6 spot. They're both in right now. So it's been a fun NBA. Keith Smith tonight at 5:30.
Yeah, we probably didn't expect the Jazz to be this hot either. They're 9-1 in their last 10. They're 16-5. I mean, they are putting on an impressive show.
Yeah, Clippers are 2, Lakers are 3, Nuggets are 4. Lakers and Nuggets tonight. You just heard JR give a pick on that one. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, download the free mobile app. It's powered by First Bank of Seattle. And you can watch the show live on our website, 973ESPN.com, which means if you have a phone, you can watch the show. If you have a smart TV, you can watch the show. If you have a laptop, you can watch the show. So tune us in, watch the show live at 973ESPN.com. When we come back, we will get into some more of the NFL stuff that's happening. This Carson Wentz stuff is continuing. It is wild. I mean, it is super wild. Hear what Andrew Luck told us earlier today on the Sports Bash. Excuse me, Ryan Leaf told us, not Andrew Luck. Ryan Leaf told us.
Wake up weekday mornings from 6 to 10 with Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin on 97.3 ESPN.
If I'm a team that's looking to acquire a quarterback, I'm certainly looking to give up a first-round pick for Carson Wentz. When you do look at it, he's still kind of young. He has some games underneath his belt and some experience. Maybe a change of scenery.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin. Weekday mornings at 6 on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
Stop the countdown. It's not a new year we're celebrating. It's an all-new Matt Blatt Nissan. Yes, you heard right. Matt Blatt Nissan is now open on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township, next to Home Depot, and online at mattblattnissan.com. Help us celebrate when you get out of that old car, truck, or SUV and into a brand new Nissan with the Matt Blatt Nissan Fast Track Checkout. Available online at mattblattnissan.com. Our non-touch delivery and electronic paperwork ensures your safety comes first. Plus, Matt Blatt Nissan wants your trade. Bring it in today and help us celebrate the all-new Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township. Or visit us online. We want to help with your credit approval. And don't forget, with Matt Blatt, you can't make a mistake with our 4-day love it or leave it return policy. Celebrate the all-new Matt Blatt Nissan online at mattblattnissan.com. Credit may affect terms. Negative equity will be refinanced to the new vehicle. Get all the details at mattblattnissan.com. It's on at Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
Oh yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
I'm Harvey from Bernie Robbins Jewelers. Love makes one do crazy things. Take me. I'm having a 50% off sale, a crazy Cupid 50% off Valentine's sale with interest-free financing, something we haven't done in years, featuring great Valentine's gifts and engagement diamonds at 50% off with interest-free financing. Shop BernieRobbins.com or go crazy the old-fashioned way and visit one of our stores. The 50% off Crazy Cupid sale ends February 13th. Why the 13th? If you haven't done it by then, I can't help you.
Heard the good news about COVID-19 vaccines? They're here, but you can do more than wait for your turn. Here's how. Stay at least 6 feet away from folks you don't live with, and it's risky to be indoors with them too. And masks? Well, they protect both the person wearing them and the folks around them. Wear a mask, watch your distance, and make a big difference now.
Learn more about vaccines at cdc.gov/coronavirus. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Let's face it, football fans, 2020 was kind of like... Ouch. But Unibet Sportsbook is betting 2021 is going to be a bit more like... And it starts with a big game. Sign up for $20 free today, $21 on game day, and two $250 risk-free bets. Let's do 2021 better. Unibet Sportsbook. Crazy about the odds. Must be 21 or over to play and physically located in New Jersey. Restrictions apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hindsight is 20/20. 2020 was a brutal year with a lot we couldn't control. Pandemic, economy, unemployment. What can we control? our job, our career. Don't look back with 2020 hindsight next year and see yourself in that 2020 job. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. You could start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Live online classes meet just twice a week. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Some fuel system cleaner could help. It cleans your entire fuel system to help improve your fuel economy. Right now, you can get Chevron Techron Complete Fuel System Cleaner for just $4.99, plus a $1 bonus reward if you're an AutoZone Rewards member. Not a member? We can sign you up fast right here in store or on AutoZone.com. Getting the job done just got easier. Terms at AutoZone.com/rewards. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ready to meet people who love to do the same things you do?
Making pizza with someone who's as into it as me? What could be better?
How about we share a bottle of wine? Our Time is the #1 dating site made for singles over 50. It's easy to use and can help you find people who are ready to do something fun. Today, even doing the simple things are better together.
A walk and some ice cream with someone sounds like the perfect treat.
Find someone over 50 who loves to do what you do on Our Time. Start for free at OurTime.com today.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Sports Bash is live on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. And don't forget, you can watch the show. People are watching wherever you are. Hello out there. Got some people on the message board watching. We'll read off some of your comments throughout the show. Anthony Becht at 5, former first-round pick in the NFL. He played with Sirianni in Kansas City. Well, Sirianni was a coach there when Becht was a tight end with the Chiefs. So we'll get some perspective on that hire and a lot of perspective on the game. He played for the Bucs. He does Bucs pre- and post-game now. So we'll get a lot of perspective there. We got coming up at 5:30. We were just talking a little NBA. We'll do Keith Smith, too, and get his NBA thoughts. Tomorrow, Sal Powell's here. Colin Thompson's going to call in tomorrow. The Lower Cape May coach turned tight end in the NFL. That's a good movie.
Yeah, scoring touchdowns. Unreal. That was an exciting moment watching him do that. I got the goosebumps, not going to lie. I also get the goosebumps when I make a lot of money. And just like you, I make a lot of money too, Gill. DraftKings now has a golden ticket giveaway with up to $55 million in prizes up for grabs. All you have to do to get your share of these huge prizes is enter the DraftKings free Super Bowl prediction challenge. Once you submit your picks, you will get a free instant prize up to $25,000. If you win, the top prize is $1 million. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code 973 when you sign up. Must be 21 or older. New Jersey only. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, the Sports Bash. Now, Ryan Leaf was on with us earlier today, and we asked him about the fact that Wentz hasn't said anything, right? He hasn't said anything about Peterson getting fired. Brodes, he hasn't said anything about the new coach getting hired. He hasn't come out and congratulated him or I'm looking forward to working with him. Radio silence when it comes to Carson Wentz. Here's what Ryan Leaf said about that.
You know, from what I know of Carson and having spent the time with him, he's the type of person that would do that. So if he hasn't, that goes against all things character driven by him. And if that's the case, there's a real problem. There is a real problem if that is the response we're getting from him right now.
He thinks, he's like, I know Carson a little bit. I've talked to him, and he says it's out of character for him not to do this. And I thought that was telling.
Yeah, I wonder how much of this, because we are all focused on social media right now. Oh, he didn't post a picture saying congratulations to Nick Sirianni. He hasn't done this. He hasn't done that. Does he even control his social media? Like, I feel like his social media, I looked, he's got like 1 million followers. A lot of his posts is about the AO1 Foundation. And I just feel he might have a team that runs his social media where we expect him to release something. That's not what he does.
I disagree with what DeCecco said, and I respect his opinion, obviously, but I think it's past the point that just putting a tweet out is suffice.
For sure. But a couple months ago, we wouldn't be saying that, correct?
No, if he did it like when Doug got fired that day, like, Hey, we
More
went through the wars
Sirianni.
together. Appreciate everything you did. And, whatever.
I just don't even think he even controls anything social media related. I think that's all part of his team. Like, he's not one of those social media guys. Everything is somewhat like based off of his team. And maybe that's one of the reasons why we are where we are today. Maybe he's not surrounded by the right people telling him the right information.
That's why I feel a tweet is no good.
Yeah. Like Jason Kelce, when he put up those tweets, or I guess he used his notepad on his phone and screenshotted it or whatever to talk about what went down. You feel connected when Jason Kelce does that. You feel connected when Zach Ertz puts up a picture with him and Doug Peterson saying, I love you, coach, or whatever the case may be. If Carson Wentz was to do that, just because it's not who his social media presence is, I don't think you would have that same feeling towards it. You don't have that impact.
I think, too, that Carson is in a confused spot because, I wasn't the quarterback. You know what I mean?
Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Well, he's thinking I wasn't the starter. Why would I come out and say something? I got benched. And I feel like he's like, you benched me, so why am I going to say anything?
Well, that's cowardice, though, in my opinion. Because if you
agree?
No, he probably, yes, I agree that's part of his philosophy. But if you want to be the leader and if you want to be the guy, you take initiative. You know what? I did get benched. And I'm here to make sure that I stand in front of the podium and I do what I need to do to get myself back in position, to get the trust of my teammates, to be that leader once again. If you feel that way, you don't just sit back and pout. You say, I accept it. This was bad for me. I want to be the leader again. You got to get back out in front of things. And we all kind of understand that that's not the way this is going to go.
Okay, so inside the Birds, Adam Kaplan and Jeff Mosher say the feeling from some high-ranking NFL personnel sources is that the Eagles will eventually wind up moving Wentz despite the massive cap hit that comes from the 4-year extension he signed in 2019.
I wonder how it's going to go down. Is it going to be something where it's 2 years and they split it up post June 1st? Is this going to be something that they eat all at once so they don't have to worry about it over 2 years? Do they just kind of pass and punt on this year? It's going to be real interesting to see how they do it, if they do it.
Now, the article goes on to say the reasons that the Colts make the most sense. They're the most logical landing spot. That's per Adam Kaplan and Jeff Mosher. The Colts have ample amount of projected salary cap space, a need for a starting quarterback, Frank Reich, Press Taylor. So all of those there connecting the dots, and the fact that the only quarterback they have on their roster after March 17th is second-year pro Jacob Eason.
Now, how do we know that Carson Wentz enjoys Press Taylor, though, as a coach? Like, we understand their relationship as friends. It's very friendly. But could Press Taylor be a negative that he's in Indianapolis that would make it be like, I don't know if I want to work with Press Taylor again? There was that screenshot. The only reason I bring this up is because on the sidelines, remember there was that drive where afterwards they went back to the sidelines and he was ripping Press Taylor into shreds? Unless he likes that type of power and he feels like, hey, I can walk all over this guy, so I prefer Press Taylor to be there. But how can you look at last year and be like, you know who I really want to move forward with? The guy who was assigned to be my coach, but we had the worst season of my career.
But he doesn't
feel that way?
Think right. It's the guy with the blue end. He doesn't feel that his sneaker's out of style. He doesn't know.
That's amazing.
Wentz doesn't think that the reason he stunk is because of him and Press Taylor. He thinks the offensive line. You read the reports. If they're true and accurate, which I feel that in this situation they would be, Press Taylor would say, hey, the guy's open here. Well, I had pressure coming from the backside. It wasn't me making the slow decision. It was that I had pressure from the backside.
Yeah, that's a good point. And Ryan Leaf was kind of talking about how he specifically, Ryan Leaf this is, not Carson Wentz.
Not Andrew Luck.
Yeah, not Andrew Luck. Would not take accountability. And like what he was talking about is almost exactly what we hear about Carson Wentz, no? He was talking about how he wished that he took more blame and he'd be more willing to be fixed and he would be more open to all this. And I'm like, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, you're kind of explaining what we're hearing about Carson Wentz.
Crazy. This story is crazy how it got here.
What's crazier, Markelle Fultz or Carson Wentz's story?
Oh, wow. That's a great question. Fultz never had any success and faltered. He's now building it up. I feel terrible for him that he has the ACL injury, so we'll never know. Wentz went the opposite. He came out of the gates like gangbusters and then went to Fultz's level. That's being kind. Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. Hey, go to our website, 97.3ESPN.com. Get everything on the Sixers, Eagles, Phillies, and Flyers from our team of insiders right now. Go to 973ESPN.com. And don't forget, you can watch the show live through Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter.
It's Sixers basketball tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the 76ers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Joe throws up a prayer, and it goes. A high-arcing desperation shot. Rainbow jumper is good.
The Sixers host the Portland Trailblazers tonight. Coverage begins at p.m. Philadelphia 76ers basketball on your radio home of the Sixers in South Jersey, 97.3 ESPN.
It's time for some straight talk. Your tax return could look different this year, but you're still going to hear a lot of noise about how to spend it. So when the big carriers tell you to splurge on the latest nonsense, just tune it out. With Straight Talk, you can get a Samsung Galaxy A51 for just $199. Plus, get the $45 unlimited talk, text, and data plan with no contract on America's best networks for up to 50% less. Tune out the nonsense and tune in to Straight Talk. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise.
Body Armor Light isn't just a sports drink. It's more than a sports drink. With no artificial sweeteners, no sugar added, and only 20 calories per 16-ounce bottle. Body Armor Light is changing the game when it comes to hydration. Plus, potassium-packed electrolytes, coconut water, antioxidants, and vitamins make Body Armor Light the perfect choice for your next workout and your active lifestyle. Body Armor Light, more than a sports drink. Head to drinkbodyarmor.com to learn more.
Start the new year in a new Kia at Matt Blatt Kia in Toms River or Egg Harbor Township today. The new year is an opportunity to set new goals and start fresh. And at Matt Blatt Kia, our goal is to get you out of that old car you hate. Come in today or visit us online and get the credit you deserve this new year. 0% APR financing available for up to 75 months on new 2021 Kia Sportage LX SUVs in stock. Plus, Matt Blatt Kia in Toms River and Egg Harbor Township wants your trade, even if you owe thousands more than it's worth. Plus, you can't make a mistake with our 4-day love it or leave it return policy.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
Offers with approved Tier 1 or 2 credit through Kia Motors Finance. Not all will qualify. 0% based on 1516 per 1,000 borrowed. Go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details. Expires 2/4/2021. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township. And now on Route 37 in Toms River.
Body Armor Light isn't just a sports drink. It's more than a sports drink. With no artificial sweeteners, no sugar added, and only 20 calories per 16-ounce bottle. Body Armor Light is changing the game when it comes to hydration. Plus, potassium-packed electrolytes, coconut water, antioxidants, and vitamins make Body Armor Light the perfect choice for your next workout and your active lifestyle. Body Armor Light, more than a sports drink. Head to drinkbodyarmor.com to learn more.
Carmen's startup found an angel investor, but now they're asking for a miracle from her development team.
Hello, this is Carmen. That's exciting news. I guess we could launch early.
It's time to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. The moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database. Indeed delivers 2.5 times more hires than the other branded job sites combined, according to Breezy HR 2019. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get a $75 credit for your first job post. Terms and conditions apply.
Weightlifters and fitness enthusiasts, you got to check out weightliftinghq.com. They are a local company right here in South Jersey that operates fully online and caters to weightlifters and fitness enthusiasts interested in working out from home. They offer high-end weightlifting and fitness equipment available to be delivered right to your home. Check them out online at weightliftinghq.com and use the code RADIO10 at checkout for 10% off your entire order. That's code RADIO10 at weightliftinghq.com.
Wendy's new classic chicken sandwich is now in the 2 for $5, and that's reason to celebrate. Try the new classic and then take your mouth on a victory lap with the iconic Dave's Single, the delicious spicy chicken sandwich, spicy or crispy 10-piece nuggets, or just get another classic chicken sandwich. Taste greatness today with Wendy's 2 for $5. We got you.
For a limited time, a la carte only. Price and participation may vary. U.S. Wendy's.
Chrissy is refinancing her home, so she shopped around for the lowest rate and found it at Amerisave.com, setting her up for a lifetime of savings. It's one decision she'll never regret, unlike wearing tap shoes to a surprise party.
Sorry, guys. Just trying to find the perfect hiding place.
Pretty regrettable, Chrissy. Unlike finding that low mortgage rate at Amerisave.com that's got you on your way to a lifetime of savings. Amerisave's rates won't be this low forever, so go to Amerisave.com now. Lower mortgage rates mean higher savings. Call 866-514-SAVE or visit Amerisave.com/licensing for cost information, terms, and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all states except New York. NMLS number 1168.
The radio home of the 76ers.
That's what he does, bucket.
WENJ Millville, Atlantic City. 97.3 ESPN. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
All right, final hour of the show. We'll have a lot of fun. Hey, Ryan Leaf, if you missed him earlier, check out our YouTube channel and hear what he had to say about Carson Wentz and trying to win back the locker room. Leaf said, I was the number 2 pick. You don't just walk into a locker room. He learned the hard way. Good conversation with Ryan Leaf earlier. Joe Valerio was outstanding. He caught a touchdown from Joe Montana when he played with the Chiefs. Our next guest played with the Chiefs and the Bucs. He was a first-round pick in the NFL with the New York Jets. And we'll talk to him a little bit about this game, the NFL, what's happening here. I think Anthony Becht also spent some time with Nick Sirianni when he was with the Chiefs, so we'll get his take on the Eagles' new head coach. And if you're watching on the video, of course, you could see Ant on there. What is he got? You got like a Chiefs Bucs. What the hell is that?
You like that? Well, I don't want to show favoritism. I mean, I'm going to the game. Obviously, I live in Tampa. I cover the team. They paid me more salary than the Chiefs did, so there's a little lean there as well. But, look, I don't want to, I'm having some fun with it. I wore this last year just because I wanted to jump on the bandwagon, and I did. So I just whipped it out, and, of course, I got me a new fresh Bucs lid as well. How you guys doing?
We're doing great, man, and I know you've played for both these teams, so we'll get good perspective on that and the game. But you do pre- and post-game with the Bucs. Now, we had you on way back in March when Brady signed. It was March or whenever he ended up signing. And you said that's a Super Bowl move, that team was good enough to be a Super Bowl team, but adding Brady got them there. You watched them all year long. What did you see different from this year's team to last year's team? Was it simply Brady? Because some would say, well, he didn't play at a Brady level.
No, there's a lot of things, obviously, that this team is better at than they were last year. Number one, they brought back the majority of the roster, in particular defense, right? So a lot of those guys played a ton of reps last year and got better. The secondary was young. They continued to get confidence. They finished the season strong. And then headed into this year, it became a huge asset for them. I think everybody's starting to see now, in particular the playoffs, is the fact that, this defensive line is pretty good at pass rushing. Vita Vea is a bit of a force inside now that he's back. I was a little shocked on how many snaps he actually got in the Packers game, but he truly was a difference pushing that pocket and allowing that one-on-one on the outside with Shaq Barrett and JPP. So those things have been good. The offensive line has been spectacular. I think they've been the best offensive line in the league the last 10 games. Tristan Wirfs, the rookie at right tackle, to me is an all-pro player in his first year. I think he was the best right tackle in football. Donovan Smith has played up to his $15 million contract. And then Ali Marpet and Jensen are, they're pretty high caliber elite players as well at their position. So think about this. You're Tom Brady. You come to this team. You got an awesome offensive line, a good defense. And now look at the weapons that he's had. I mean, we haven't gotten to that yet. I mean, you're talking about not only does he have weapons on the field, he's got weapons on the bench. Scotty Miller comes in. They pick up Antonio Brown. Cameron Brate steps up as an additional tight end. These guys are doing a lot of things outside of just Mike Evans and Godwin, who are probably the two best receivers he's thrown to in the last 8 years. So, Tom Brady has led the charge. He's been the difference maker in the locker room and on the field as well. But, there's a lot of pieces that came together. But if you don't have a good quarterback, guys, we had a quarterback that threw for 5,000 yards and 40-some touchdowns last year, and they couldn't win. So this is the same team with a new quarterback, and they've been showing up week in and week out.
Now, when Todd Bowles' name was mentioned for the Eagles head coaching job, people weren't all that excited. but I'm sure the people in Tampa are excited that he's not leaving. What about that defense has changed this whole thing? Because I don't know that people looked at Tampa and said, wow, that's just a great defense. Like, it's not like it was the Bucs defense with Sapp and Brooks in that crew.
No, they're just really young. There's just a lot to like about them. They got probably the best linebacker duo collectively in the league. Devin White's been spectacular. Levante David, nobody wants to put him up there as one of the best linebackers in the league. But if you look at TFLs, sacks, interceptions, and tackles, nobody comes close to him. Nobody in the league at the linebacker position with all those statistics combined. The secondary's young, but they've gotten better. They played together. Like I said, last year and the year before, they were growing. They drafted a lot of corners and safeties, and they got really good play by Antoine Winfield Jr., the rookie out of Minnesota, who's done a spectacular job as well. Now, he hasn't played the last 2 games, but expect him to be on the field as an added addition to this defense. Look, Todd Bowles is one of the best, if not the best, defensive coordinator in the NFL. The head coaching situation in a big market for him in New York didn't quite work. He doesn't have really that personality to handle those markets. I didn't think Philadelphia was going to be an option. I talked to Todd pre-pandemic in January, and he told me he wasn't taking another job, head coaching job, unless it was perfect. And there are no perfect head coaching jobs. So, listen, when he got fired with the Jets, there was a jet waiting for him to come to Tampa and basically, name what you want. And they did it for him. And that wasn't the only team that wanted him as well. So I don't see him leaving. He's got kids that play ball down here in high school. So he may be the head coach in waiting as well. BA did say he was going to retire if he won the Super Bowl. So if that happens, he may be the coach next year.
Wow. Yeah, it's like you read my mind. I was going to say one of the most interesting storylines for this team is this Bruce Arians-Tom Brady relationship. How do you personally see those two and the way that they kind of work together, or sometimes, I don't know, that seemed like they were going against each other all season long?
Yeah, people listen. BA is one of the best coaches to play for. Every player's got a lot of great things to say about him. But I mean, he's not afraid to drop an F-bomb on you at practice and tell you you're a dumb player because you messed up or didn't do it right. He expects that. Now, I don't think anybody thought he'd do that to Tom Brady, but look, Tom Brady's new to that system. He was grasping a whole new terminology, and it was up and down. I just didn't think the mesh was there, but it did take time. I mean, Tom's wearing a wristband for a reason. There's just a lot going on. I mean, it's his first time he's been in a new system. As you look at the last 8 games, in particular the playoffs, they've really come together since the bye. They've started to cater the offense to that play action a little bit more to what Tom does. Bruce Arians' offense has always been good, but it's a little archaic. I mean, if you look at a guy like Andy Reid, it was a blessing for him to get let go by Philly because he was able to kind of invent himself. And look what he's done with the offense with the Chiefs. He's built it around his players, and it's one of the innovative offenses out there right now in the NFL. So, the relationship is fine. I think it's going well. I just think that just because they weren't clicking, a lot of people wanted to throw things out there. And, to me, this was the best scenario for both guys. And now it looks like they're truly working together, and they played really good football here the last 5-6 weeks of the season.
Yeah, Anthony Becht's with us, does pre- and post-game for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, played for both the Bucs and the Chiefs. And obviously, Brady, as you mentioned, changed a lot there. But how was it underrated was getting Fournette back? Because it seems that has really added another layer to this offense, too.
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of the Fournette signing. To be quite honest with you, pre-playoffs, I didn't really like the way he was playing. I mean, he wasn't hitting the holes hard. He was dropping balls. He wasn't pass protecting well. All of a sudden, Ronald Jones got hurt right before the playoffs, who I really like, and who's really going to be a factor in this game as a fill-in now because Fournette has played so much better in the playoffs. He's run the ball hard. He's done a nice job catching it, the screen game. Now he's starting to be the guy that, everyone maybe thought he would be early on in his career, and he's starting to bring a lot to the table. But when Ronald Jones comes in and mixes in now, a lot of bursts, a lot of explosion, a lot of speed. He is the better back. But right now the hot hand is Leonard Fournette. He's dealing with a quad, Rojo was. So, with 2 weeks off and not doing really too much against the Packers, that'll be a nice kind of a 1-2 punch for Brady, who's going to need it. They're going to have to get 10, 12, 13 play drives in this game just to keep the ball out of Mahomes' hands to be successful.
Now, you obviously play tight end, coach tight end. So the tight end position in Tampa, how would you describe it? Because when they got Gronk and Brate has had some touchdown catches. They had Howard, the first-round pick.
Yeah.
But how do they utilize the tight end? I'm really interested to get your perspective on this, and we'll kind of tie it into here locally in a little bit here. But I guess everybody thought Gronk was going to be this crazy connection with Brady. It hasn't quite worked out that way, but, man, the way that they utilize him is underrated, but the way they use their tight ends in this offense.
Well, a key injury for them early in the season that kind of took them off kilter was O.J. Howard. Because O.J. Howard was the de facto, the guy that could run through the second and third levels of your defense, and your safety had to honor him. And you start to see him become a factor in that Gronk play as well, where Gronk was more of a, he had to stay in on pass protection because, look, O.J. was a better athlete. He was doing better things for them. But then they started using him a little bit right before he got hurt, and things started to click. And then once he went down, Brady started to get back to Gronk heavy right in the middle of the season. Lately, he's done a lot of blocking. I mean, listen, they got a lot of fast, really short-handed weapons at the receiver position. People think when Scotty Miller comes on the field, he's just like a slot guy. He's the fastest receiver on the team. So, he's got the ability to go outside. But I think Gronk's going to be a factor in this game. He doesn't have to stay in and pass protect and help out versus this Chiefs defense. I don't really see anybody on the edge that can give them problems. And I think Gronk's going to be a factor. I think you'll see him come alive in the red zone. And, Cameron Brate's done a nice being mixed in as well. But, Gronk's done a lot of the little things that helped this team be successful. But I can almost count on it that he'll have a big play in this game somewhere, somehow.
All right. So Anthony Becht played with the Tampa Bay Bucks for 3 seasons. Your final season, 2011, was with the Kansas City Chiefs. So your most recent team was the Chiefs. And obviously this team is kind of, I don't know, man. They might be the next version of the Patriots. You might see Andy and Mahomes do this thing for a while, and that's what makes it so interesting. You got Brady going for 7, and you've got Mahomes going for 2, but at 25 years old, we were going to college together watching Brady do his thing. I can't believe he's still doing it, but Mahomes might be that version for this group of college kids.
Well, you must have been on the Van Wilder college plan because I came out with Brady. So did you actually stay a couple more years and didn't graduate? Yeah, listen, I mean, he's been phenomenal. I mean, it's like, man, who bets against Brady? But then you see what Mahomes does. Like, what's the plan? Like, how do you beat him? Like, I really believe, like, you got to have, like, 4 sacks and 2 turnovers for the Bucks, and it starts there. Like, after that, you're not even guaranteed. Like, they have to bring him down in the pass rush. They have to be in 3rd and long. And I'm not talking about 3rd and 7. Like, that's normal long. Like, 3rd and 15, 3rd and 20. And even then, he'll get an opportunity to still convert. Look, I think the one thing that Patrick Mahomes does that goes against him sometimes is the fact that he loves the big play. He loves to get that big play in the passing game. And, with this pass rush and the guys inside and outside, if they can contain him and squeeze the pocket, they have a chance. When the Raiders beat him, they were able to intercept him in the red zone and play really good man-to-man defense. And Mahomes was off on some throws. You can't count on him being off. You look at him in the last Super Bowl last year, he was off to start the game. He had 1 good quarter. Now, it was a monster quarter, but, the 49ers had him under control. But that's the thing. Like, that's all it takes. Like, 1 good quarter, he could score 21 points. So it is going to be an all-day sucker, man. I'll tell you, you got to keep him off the field. You got to force turnovers. You got to sack him. And your offense better be on point because if you got a lead, you don't take your foot off the gas. And if you don't have a lead, then good luck. So I think it's going to be a close game, a good matchup. They'll find ways to do it. I don't think Mahomes will be perfect in the game. He'll have his challenges. I don't think it'll be as easy as game 1 when they play with Tyreek Hill getting 200 yards receiving in the first quarter. But they do have their challenges. And, listen, Brady will keep them in this game some way, somehow. Not going to happen throwing 3 picks, but he'll find a way.
Hearing you talk about the tight end position for the Bucs, what about the Chiefs? What stands out to you the most about Travis Kelce's game, which is outrageous, and the way Andy Reid uses him?
Let me interject real quick on that because someone said to me, Beck, that Kelce's only as good as he is because that offense allows him so much free. Like if Kelce went to another team, he would still be the best, would he not?
He would. I don't think his numbers would be as good, but they'd still be good. I mean, listen, you're right. It's nice to have Tyreek Hill on the outside, right? That's always going to pull a safety. you're always going to be either matched up by a linebacker who he doesn't want anything to do with you, right? He's going to try to squeeze, hold, and do everything. And you're so quick and crafty as a tight end that he is, it's just a mismatch. The aspect of his game that's really good is when he catches the ball, he's gone. Like, you don't see him catch and then try to, like, he's like literally up the field getting as many yards as possible. Very rarely do you see him make a contested catch. There's always separation with him, and he's got unique athleticism for his size. And to be quite honest with you, he in the same token as Gronk, he's got the it factor. He doesn't care factor. Like, he'll go out there and nothing phases him. Like, no, he's not worried or scared about anybody, and he knows nobody can cover him. So he goes in there with this supreme confidence, and he dominates. Gronk did that in his career, and this is what Kelsey's doing now. So you get to see both. I wouldn't say both at their best, because Gronk, again, he's being asked to do a lot more. But I'm telling you now, you put it near his body, he'll catch the football. He's one of the best contested tight end catchers that's ever played the game. So I've really been impressed. Kelsey continues to get better too. There's been no downward step for him. And he'll continue to do that as long as those weapons and quarterback are intact.
Anthony Becht with us. And, the big story is the 2 injuries on the offensive line. And you were a guy who was a blocking tight end, and you can probably kind of talk about when that line is not together. And when you've got to bring someone new in, that change. The Eagles saw it all year long, and to have to do it at this stage of the season, that could really be the factor, the big one in this game.
Well, imagine if you're JPP or you're Shaq Barrett and you open up the scouting report and it says Mike Reimers, left tackle, 11 years in the league, 9 different teams. I mean, what does that tell you? He's a bit of a journeyman. He's not a great starter. I think you all saw what happened against the Broncos when Carolina played. It was a long day on the edge for him, and he's not any better than he was then. He's older, so he's got his hands full. On the other side, you got Andrew Wiley. I mean, you look at the scouting report for him, 4 years in the league, 4 different practice squads until he came to the Chiefs. I mean, there's not that these guys won't be able to live up to the moment, but these are like you're licking your chops. If your JPP's way too experienced, Shaq Barrett's at his prime, and he's been playing lights out in the playoffs, it's a big problem. So what's Andy Reid do? Like, what's your counter? Like, you put Kelsey there, like you said, a tight end to help block and chip. No way Kelsey's buying that. If they ask him to do that, he's like, go screw yourself, Reid. I'm not doing any of that. You may put it back there, but we all know that Andy loves to utilize the backs, right, in the passing game. And you can't really pull the guard out to help too much because you got Vita Vea in the middle who's going to, push your center back about as good as anybody. So look for a lot of jet sweep and orbit motion behind the quarterback. They're going to hand it off early. That will hold the ends for a second. If you can just stop them for a second, maybe plus the fact that Mahomes can avoid some guys, that will help. But if you get the third down, there is no jet sweep. You don't have that action anymore. So that third 7 and 8 now, you can get into tee-off mode. So it's going to be tough. You got to find way. And look, Mahomes has to be off a couple times also in the game. But I think it's a huge disadvantage for the tackles right now versus the Bucs pass rushers.
All right, and tell us a little bit about Nick Sirianni, what you know about him, because not a lot of people know about him. You do.
I do. He's a much better speaker behind closed doors than he is maybe in front of a mic and computers. So I won't bash him for that. Look, Nick was brought into the league by Todd Haley when I was at the Kansas City. Was a quality control guy. Then he worked up as an assistant quarterback coach. He's a guy that's been around a lot of good head coaches. Think about Todd Haley, Ken Wisenhunt, and then, of course, Frank Reich. He's learned at a very quick pace. That's kind of the MO right now for these newer, younger players. They've been around quality coaches, and everybody wants what they're doing, right? Everybody wants that system, and they feel like they're the guys that can do that and channel that. I think it's important on his hires who he brings collectively and his coaches. I saw most of the hires. I know that his key guys, his coordinators, his special teams guys, younger guys, similar to him that are still kind of, setting their foundation. It's always key to have maybe an older, a guy that's been around, maybe a former head coach, someone to help you in those moments. Look, it's a big deal. Coaching in Philly, places like that, New York, you don't just come in. It's not the same as Indianapolis, You're not going to have, 2 beat writers in the locker room. you're going to have a bunch, and they're all going to want to ask the tough questions. So, he's going to have to get used to that. And he's going to have to get the quarterback situation figured out. I don't know what that plan is. If he was brought in as a buffer to figure this out, if they're rebuilding, if it works out for him, it's a bonus, then that's fine. But, listen, Frank Reich has some experience around Carson. Maybe there's some feel there that they feel like they can make some changes. I don't know what the competition is going to be like. I mean, unless he gets traded or he's not on the roster come spring and summer camp, he's going to be the guy. So I wish him luck. He's a great young coach. He's up and coming, but man, it's a tough place to start. So if he was expecting to be head coach, guys, I don't think he'd be at the beach and he wouldn't have a suit with him on travel. And so this was kind of a left field kind of hire for maybe. And, the fact that, he jumped on it and made an impression, maybe that says something about him and what he's going to bring to the table.
So he's walking into a mess. If you are, first off, it's a mess of a team, but this quarterback situation, you've seen it. You know what's going on. I mean, the coach has been fired. The quarterback hasn't said a word. A new coach has been hired. The quarterback hasn't said a word. No one's heard from Carson Wentz since they played the Green Bay Packers in November. Does that seem odd to you if a guy wants to be back here?
I think they're playing their cards right. There's nothing to be said. I mean, if I'm Carson Wentz and I got benched, that would put a chip on my shoulder. I wouldn't be asking for trades. I'd be like, I got to be better. But at the same token, and Howie Roseman, I got to give him credit. In the past, he's been really good with the draft and getting players to come to Philly and play. But, man, he's been bad, just throwing darts in the dark right now, getting the best players to help his quarterback succeed. Justin Jefferson, he should be in an Eagles uniform. He's not. You went a different with Rieger. He's not a guy that's been out there. When I watch Alshon Jeffrey out there running around, it doesn't look pretty. You got a bunch of injury. You got an older offensive line. Yeah, I know Kelsey's a Pro Bowl guy, but he's on the top end of a decline. And then, of course, your tackle situation is getting older as well. So, there's a lot of pieces that have to be fixed here. Howie's going to have to work some magic because I don't see this being a one-year fix. I don't see a new coach coming in and just fixing it. They gotta correct some of the mistakes, and it's going to start by revamping some of this roster. And it may not happen in year one. I don't think it may happen in year two. It may take some time to revamp some picks and get some guys to play at a level that could get them back to where they were a couple of years ago.
All right. We will obviously be keeping our eye on all this Wentz stuff as there's reports today that they're fielding calls. That cap hit, that dead money, we know that's a big problem. We just saw Goff get traded and the Rams eat the cap hit. So who knows what's going to happen with this, but it doesn't seem that Wentz is all that enthusiastic about staying here. Anthony Becht, 12-year NFL tight end, Jets, Bucks, Rams, Cardinals, Chiefs, Bucks pre and post game. If you're a Jet fan in the area, you see him on the Jets preseason games, but you're also doing stuff for Super Bowl 55. By the way, I didn't list all his jobs in that soliloquy.
Yeah, you don't have enough space over there.
No,
for all that stuff. Well, listen, you're right. I'm helping promote a company that I really do love. The company's called Timeshare Compliance. I teamed up with them months ago because I had a timeshare that was just a big problem. I was paying a bunch of maintenance fees. I got into it when I was a young player in the league. Me and my wife went on vacation. I got sucked into something that I shouldn't have got. And I heard about the Timeshare Compliance on the radio. I was like, let me cold call these guys and see if they can help me. And it turned in from not only they helping me, but we built a relationship. I didn't tell them who I was when I first called either. So I was trying to feel them out because I normally don't call companies to help me. But there's a lot of misrepresentation and unethical sales practices that are done with some of these timeshare companies. And a lot of these timeshare companies are really good. I mean, you think Disney, they got a great one. But there are ones that just treat people and lie through their teeth. And people get stuck with maintenance fees. They get stuck with not able to travel the week or the hotel resort they want to go to when they want to go to. So if that's you and you have that problem, go to timesharecompliance.com. They'll take care of you during the Super Bowl time. We have a special number as well, 877-760-9323. I don't put my name behind a lot of companies. I have a lot of integrity. This company and the owners of this company truly want to help folks get out of bad situations. And again, not all timeshares are equal, and that's why they want to help folks. So if you have those situations, you're being misrepresented by your timeshare company, and they're not giving you what they told you they were going to give you, go to timesharecompliance.com and they will definitely, at least hear your case. They get thousands every month, but they only take a handful because, not all the cases are applicable to really taking on. So, but the ones they do take on, they take full head of steam and they take care of business.
Good stuff. By the way, are you still doing I figure with the pandemic, no football camp, but is that something you're still doing?
Yeah, so last June we didn't have it. The plan is this year to have it. We're right now we're setting dates for the Tampa Bay area and the Philly area as well. When we get a little closer to that, we'll jump back on.
City High School on the beach to do one.
Yeah, we're definitely going to still follow protocol when it comes down, but you're right. Yeah, we'll just I got to get the kids back out. A lot of folks wanted me to do it last year, but it was just too risky. So hopefully the vaccines and everything starts picking up steam, and by the summertime we can have a little fun and get the kids back outside doing some fun things.
By the way, the NFL draft, I know you'll be over there. Your son is going to be going to college. I can't believe that.
Yeah. So he's a junior. He's a class of 2022.
Jeez.
He's a quarterback down here in Tampa. He's doing a really good job. He's got several Power 5 offers, and I'm just here to support, help. He's a hard worker. He's earned everything he's got, and it's been fun to watch. I went through the process. I have all the answers to the test, but you got to you got to do it on your own, right? So he's doing a great job, and proud to see him. We'll see what happens in a couple of years. We'll be jumping in an RV and heading out to somebody's parking lot, knocking a couple back, watching the youngster play.
Well, I think Neil Brown should make a call, maybe, right? And then, and your wife, Deanne, we all met in college together, hanging out at Chicken Bones Rhythm Cafe.
Yes, sir.
Here we are, man.
And your Van Wilder's 7-year graduation, apparently, right? Since
that's why I don't have a son ready to go to college.
That's great, man. It's great to be on, man. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, we'll catch up with you soon. Anthony Becht, everybody, 12-year NFL tight end from the Jets, Bucks, Rams squad. By the way, before we run, who's winning?
Oh, yeah. So I got the Chiefs not only covering, but winning the game 34-28. I think it's going to be close. I really do. I think it's going to be a good game. I know I'm going to get burned for betting against Brady, but let's be honest, guys. I mean, Mahomes he's the next guy, right? He's the guy that just makes it happen, and he's fearless. They're both fearless, but I don't know. It's hard to just – I haven't seen a blueprint yet to stop the Chiefs. So maybe the Bucks figure that out. I wouldn't be shocked if the Bucks win, but I like the Chiefs by 6.
All right, that's Anthony Becht. Thanks, man.
Yep.
And he, like all guests, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda hotline. We'll talk to Ant throughout the offseason and get some more draft conversation going. He likes the Chiefs, and that means a lot come from him because he spent his career with the Bucks for the most part and still covers the Bucks. So he likes the Chiefs 34-28.
Yeah, I like how he put it in like, look, you've never seen a team really stop the Chiefs yet. So until I see that, I can't go against it. As much as you want to say I can't bet against Brady, he's lost Super Bowl games.
The story's going to be Mahomes.
For sure.
He's 25. He might win his second. It's crazy.
And he ain't going away.
Keith Smith's going to talk NBA with us coming up next. Don't go away. We'll ask him about this Eastern Conference that is all filled with new teams coming up.
Sunday, it's Super Bowl 55 as the Tampa Bay Buccaneers play the Kansas City Chiefs. This is Kevin Harlan. Join me, Kurt Warner, and the rest of our Westwood One crew. Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs are looking for back-to-back titles. Tom Brady, in his record 10th Super Bowl, leads the Buccaneers. If it's Super Bowl 55, it's right here.
Exclusively on 97.3 ESPN FM. South Jersey's home for Super Bowl 55. Coverage begins at 3 p.m.
Kendall Auto Plaza offers the area's best car and truck buying experience with 60 years of customer satisfaction and community service. What's on their 100-acre lot? A huge inventory of Ford, Lincoln, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Chrysler, and over 100 quality and certified pre-owned vehicles. Whether you use your car, truck, or SUV for work or play, discover why Kendall customers are so loyal. Kendall Auto Plaza, exit 10 of the Parkway on Stone Harbor Boulevard, or shop from home at KendallAutoplaza.com.
Let's start with all the people smitten by a certain sweetheart. Now narrow it to all those lovebirds who kind of let Valentine's Day sneak up on them and need to woo this sweetheart in a hurry. For you, you romantic but forgetful Cupid, Walgreens has great gifts for pickup in as little as 30 minutes. So whether it's a card and a box of candy or a bottle of perfume, Walgreens helps you get sweet gifts in a heartbeat. Aww.
This week, select Russell Stover chocolates are buy one, get one free. Of equal or lesser price, restrictions apply to pickup. See walgreens.com/pickup for details.
Buying some pretzel sticks?
Excuse me?
This is your wake-up call from TracFone Wireless.
Okay.
What if you didn't eat all those pretzel sticks by the end of the month, so this store took them back?
Good luck.
That's how some wireless companies are with your data, but TracFone Wireless gives you unlimited carryover data with active service, so you keep what you pay for. Plans start at $20 a month.
Wow, that's cool.
Sir, are you bothering the customers?
Yeah, hang on. This is your wake-up call, people. TracFone Wireless. Now you're in control. Available at major retailers. See terms and conditions at TracFone.com.
Heard the good news about COVID-19 vaccines? They're here. But you can do more than wait for your turn. Here's how. Stay at least 6 feet away from folks you don't live with. And it's risky to be indoors with them too. And masks? Well, they protect both the person wearing them and the folks around them. Wear a mask, watch your distance, and make a big difference now.
Learn more about vaccines at cdc.gov/coronavirus. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
What's in store this week at Staples?
Everything you need for a totally productive workspace.
Staples has the technology, supplies, and furniture you need to upgrade your workspace at amazing prices.
Like right now, select chairs are 40% off.
Plus, when you buy any office chair, get 25% off all desks, file cabinets, chair mats, bookcases, and lighting purchases.
Shop in store or pick up curbside.
Upgrade your workspace and save at Staples. See staplesconnect.com for details.
Ends 2/27/21. In-store only while supplies last. Curbside available at most stores.
Ready to meet people who love to do the same things you do?
Making pizza with someone who's as into it as me? What could be better?
How about we share a bottle of wine? Our Time is the #1 dating site made for singles over 50. It's easy to use and can help you find people who are ready to do something fun. Today, even doing the simple things are better together.
A walk and some ice cream with someone sounds like the perfect treat.
Find someone over 50 who loves to do what you do on Our Time. Start for free at ourtime.com today.
This message is brought to you by the Egg Harbor Independent Branch Leader at Charles Schwab and Consumer Square Shopping Center. In these uncertain times, no matter what tomorrow holds, Schwab remains invested in investors, in optimism, in guidance, in service, in your tomorrow. So whatever happens today, Schwab remains invested in your tomorrow. Call the Egg Harbor Independent Branch at 609-910-4807 or learn more at schwab.com/Egg Harbor on how Schwab is ready to help.
Tax refunds are great for fresh starts, especially in 2021. Refresh your ride with your refund at Mako and make the year one you'll never forget. Head to Mako.com to get a free estimate today. Better get Mako.
The Sports Bash with Mike Gill and Brodes on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. And now you can watch the show live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter at 97.3ESPN.com.
All right, we're back live on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. We're going to talk a little NBA. We had good conversation on the NBA a little while back. Keith Pompey joined us to talk about that Sixer win last night against Charlotte. We'll take a little broad look at the league. We'll get Keith's take on what's happening with the Sixers, but the Eastern Conference in general, because when I looked at the standings, we looked at the standings earlier. Atlanta, Charlotte, the Knicks are in play. Some new teams. Look at this Sonics T-shirt Keith Smith's rocking, though, by the way. All good. He always brings something good to the table on the video if you're watching us live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, through our website, 973ESPN.com. Keith Smith covers the NBA, Yahoo Sports, Real GM, and, of course, we talked to him on Thursdays here to get a little NBA perspective as the Sixers are playing Portland tonight. Like a G League Portland team. A lot of guys out for Portland, but let's get Keith's perspective on the league right now here on the Boardwalk Honda Hotline. What's going on, Keith?
Hey, thanks for the Sonic shout out. Yeah, this was a rare find. I appreciate that.
Are we going to get the Sonics back anytime?
I hope so. I think so. Honestly, I think we're less than 5 years out from expansion. I think the league will add 2 teams. I think it's there are cities that are ready, Seattle being primarily one of them. And then I think you also have the talent level in the league is at a point where it can support it. And if we're going to go back to the high schoolers coming in, it's going to be even more full of talent. So I think we're at a point where we're going to see expansion here within the next 5 years.
Okay, I want to get your take. I know, like we've talked about Embiid, but he is starting to put back-to-back dominating performances. I know people are putting him in the MVP conversation at the quarter pole of the season, but I want to ask you if you think this is sustainable for him.
Yeah, I think it is. I think he made a very serious commitment to getting into shape. I haven't heard anybody ask, but I would be very curious to see, and I'll ask if I ever get the opportunity. Did getting swept last year really leave a bad taste in his mouth? It was he like, this is not happening again. I'm not going out like that. I have to wonder if that was a motivating factor. And I think you're seeing now he can play deeper into games. Like you said, he's bringing it on back-to-back nights. He looks good. The only thing that's going to derail him at this point, I think, is an injury. And that's always a question mark with him. But he's made it through seasons more or less over the last couple of years. So I'm not even as worried about that as I used to be.
You know, one of the things with Embiid is the fact that he seems to have taken that big maturing step. Have you seen that from Tobias Harris, Ben Simmons, and this team? Has this team taken that big step that sometimes there's that team that kind of gets knocked out? We used to see it in the 90s a lot where you'd get knocked out by that team and you grew from it. We don't seem to see that as much anymore. The Sixers, though, feel like that.
Yeah, they do. And that's a great point. I think what we're seeing with them now is consistency across the board. The effort is there every single game. They're coming with it. I think Tobias Harris, consistency has always been the question mark for him. He's one of those guys who I said, yeah, a 20-point per game scorer, but it's 30 one night and 10 the next. And then, 2 games of 15 followed by a game of 25. You just never really knew with him. He wasn't going to get you there every single night to 20 to 25 points, and now he is. And I think the rest of the additions around those guys, Danny Green, Dwight Howard, even Seth Curry, he hasn't been in the league for quite as long as Green or Howard, but those guys are allowing the younger players, are not allowing, they're showing them rather what it takes every single night to be there and compete for championships. And I think that's made a huge difference. And then, of course, Doc Rivers being there as well. It's now a coach that has that championship pedigree that can, kind of flash that a little bit and say, hey, I've been here, I've done this. You guys got to get on board because this is where we're going.
Since you're really dialed into the Boston Celtics, what do you see differently between the two teams to separate them from one another? Or maybe the gap is closer than I think it is.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I think a playoff series again would really tell us a lot more about these two teams because Philly beat them, I think 3-1 last year in the regular season, and then the Celtics, swept right through them, and it's the feeling of, can you do it when it counts? But I think the difference is Embiid clearly is the single biggest difference. He's such a monster. There's just not, very few teams have anything resembling an answer for him. And then I think the other piece is Philly right now is getting more out of their second, third, fourth, and fifth guys than Boston is. Boston gets a lot out of their top two every single night, Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. And then it's kind of a wild card grab bag of who's going to step up beyond those two.
Yeah, I know this East, you still have the big guys, the Bucks, the Brooklyn Nets. That's going to be interesting when we see Philly and the Nets play on Saturday. But one team that's not in the mix with all these Boston's, Indiana's, Miami Heat. And at what point do we say they ain't catching up?
Yeah, I think we're there now. Now I'm really worried. My thing with the Heat had been, let's let them get their guys back. Let's let them get healthy. Let's see where they're at. But now they're still only 2.5 games out of 7. They're only 3 games out of 6, but they're now 4.5 games back of Indiana and Boston in the 4-5 matchup. And that's really hard to make up, because the thing I think people are forgetting is there's 10 less games this year. That's a big difference. That doesn't give you ground to stumble at all. If you're Miami, where you put yourself in a hole, you've got to really get this thing turned around. And now they've got their guys back, and they still don't look that good. So I'm wondering if they're one of those teams. Every year there's a couple teams in each conference where kind of the wheels fall off, everything goes sideways on them. I'm starting to wonder if that might be the Heat are one of those teams this season.
Looking at the Bucks, they're in second place, but they're only 13-8. It's not really that crazy. What do you make of them right now?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things going on with the Bucks. Is one, I think they are realizing pushing very hard in the regular season hasn't gotten them anywhere the last 2 years. So, why do you need to, kill yourself to get the number 1 seed? That's not going to be, what you need to be. And then 13-8, it's actually, that's pretty good. That has them still one of the better teams in the league. So I think for Milwaukee, they're also figuring out how to play with only a 9-man rotation. They've pretty much gone to 9 guys every night, and they're still sorting through that a little bit and figuring that out. And I think that's going to pay off for them big in the long run, because less is more when you come to the playoffs. You don't need 11 or 12 guys in a playoff series to win. You need 8 or 9 guys you can really trust and have on the floor. And I think Milwaukee's figuring that out. And I think more minutes for their better players, that's better for them when they get into the postseason.
Right. We've seen a team rip through regular seasons the last couple of years and then fall short in the playoffs. And you wonder if, hey, look, they got a bunch of guys they're learning, but by the time they get to the playoffs, it might be a different story for them.
Yeah, exactly. And I keep saying with the Bucks, it was last year, their depth, 11 and 12 guys deep in the regular season, when they played an average to bad team, they overwhelmed them and blew them out and wasn't even close. That's why they ran up those historical scoring differentials. But then you got in the playoffs, and their main guys that played 25 to 30 minutes a night. So Mike Budenholzer said last year, as they were falling apart against the Miami Heat, he couldn't step them up to 40 to 45 minutes because it was too big of a leap. Now this year they're playing that 35 minutes a night, and I think that's going to make a huge difference when we get into the postseason.
Is there a team that doesn't pop really yet that you think has a good chance to maybe make some noise this year, whether it's the Hawks, the Cavaliers? We looked up Colin Sexton. He's averaging about 25 points per game. Is there a team in that 6 through 9 range that has the ability to maybe pop as the season continues?
Yeah, I think Toronto is starting to come. I think we might see them, get into this year. They're starting to figure it out, starting to play better, starting to get a little healthier, which matters. So I think you're going to see them, make some noise before this is over. And then maybe you have a team that's slightly above them. I do think the Hawks have a chance just because of the way they can really spread around the scoring duties. They can get everybody healthy. That's going to make a big difference. And I'll tell you, a guy who hasn't played for them all year who could be really key if they can get him on the court is Chris Dunn, because I think he would make a huge difference giving them somebody on the wing in backcourt that can actually defend. I think that would be big. Then if they can get Bogdanovich back, now all of a sudden they're as deep as any team, and that can allow them to kind of pile up some of those regular season wins. Cavs, Knicks, Bulls, I want to believe in all those guys, but I'm going to have to see more. Let's get into that second half with them in range before I want to fully buy in.
Yeah, it's weird. We were looking at the Eastern Conference, and there's 3 teams in there that we haven't talked about in quite some time: Atlanta, Cleveland, and the Hornets. None of them are great. They're all 10 and 12, under 500 teams, but it looks like you're going to have a little new blood in the Eastern Conference this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And the interesting thing is Atlanta probably not as much because they did so much in the offseason, but Cleveland and Charlotte probably both have a move in them too if they want to make a trade to kind of bolster that roster, make that push. And those are the kind of teams where you see that can make a difference for them. They're so young. A lot of those guys, especially on Cleveland, have never played in important games past, Christmas in most seasons. They're basically out of it. So that's really important, is to play those important games down the stretch. So I think you could see them, kind of push a little in and maybe make a move. And they've got that Andre Drummond contract, which is so big. And the nice thing for them is even if they trade him, they've got Jared Allen, who's their center of the future. So you could move Drummond for help this year, maybe balance out your lineup a little bit more, and that's where you go.
Battle of disappointments. Golden State and Dallas. I say disappointment. Golden State's a game over 500, but I think people thought, they got Wiseman. They're going to be, I know they lost Clay, but people, Curry's good enough to kind of carry that team. They'd be on the outside looking in. Dallas has been disappointing. New Orleans, too. Those 3 teams have been big disappointments out west.
Yeah, absolutely. Dallas is one for me that I'm really struggling with, because I knew they might get off to a bit of a slow start because we knew Kristaps Porzingis wasn't going to play right away, but he came back fairly early and they just can't get it together. Now they did have a bunch of guys out for COVID reasons, and they were very key guys in their rotation too. A couple of starters, a couple guys who were their first guys off the bench. So I think we got to give them a little bit of time to kind of round back in form here. But their problem is they just don't play any defense. And if you're not going to play defense even somewhat consistently, then you better be a great offense like they were last year. Their offense has slid back a little bit more to the pack, and that's making all the difference for them. Warriors, they're about what I expected. I thought they'd be, slightly above 500 towards the bottom of the conference. And then New Orleans, it's just the roster construction hasn't come together the way I think they hoped it would. Zion and Ingram are building blocks and guys to build around. And then the rest of those pieces they hoped would fit and lift those younger guys into playoff contention. And they haven't done that yet. I think they're a team that's going to make some moves here before we get to the deadline.
Sixers, Portland tonight. A lot of Blazers are out for the game. You can hear that game on 97.3 ESPN, followed by Denver and the Lakers. We'll have that for you after Sixers in Portland. So plenty of NBA fix for you. We get our NBA fix with Yahoo Sports NBA writer Keith Smith here on the Boardwalk Honda Hotline. Follow him at Keith Smith NBA, and we will check in on the NBA with him next week right here on the Sports Bash. Thank you, pal.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Y'all stay safe, you and yours.
And he, like all guests, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda Hotline. Keith Smith, great job as always. Like that Sonics gear. So he's going Sonics, Patriots, Boston College.
Yeah, he also, I wore that Thunder hat, and then he said that he had the Thunder shorts on.
That's right.
Yeah, so he's got everything. I wonder where's his Sixers gear.
Maybe next time.
Yeah, maybe an Embiid jersey or something. I don't know, just spitball.
Hey, when we come back, we got the 5 to wrap up the show. Don't forget, Josh, during game night tonight, he's got Ann Fitzsimmons and Jay Blevins will be joining him live from the Wells Fargo Center with an update on the Sixers and the Blazers.
It's Sixers basketball tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the 76ers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Joe throws up a prayer, and it goes. A high-arcing desperation shot. Rainbow jumper is good.
The Sixers host the Portland Trailblazers tonight. Coverage begins at 7 p.m. Philadelphia 76ers basketball on your radio home of the Sixers in South Jersey, 97.3 ESPN.
I'm Harvey from Bernie Robbins Jewelers. Love makes one do crazy things. Take me. I'm having a 50% off sale, a crazy Cupid 50% off Valentine's sale with interest-free financing, something we haven't done in years, featuring great Valentine's gifts and engagement diamonds at 50% off with interest-free financing. Shop BernieRobbins.com or go crazy the old-fashioned way and visit one of our stores. The 50% off Crazy Cupid sale ends February 13th. Why the 13th? If you haven't done it by then, I can't help you.
Feeling stressed in your skin? Not with Olay Body Wash infused with retinol. Olay Body with retinol improves skin 3 times better versus the leading body wash to transform skin from dull and stressed to renewed and visibly healthy. Because when I feel my best in my skin, I don't fear stepping into a new dream or taking risks like starting my own business. Olay Body, fearless in my skin.
Gary is refinancing his home, so he shopped around for the lowest rate and found it at Amerisave.com, setting him up for a lifetime of savings. It's one decision he'll never regret, unlike taking that gig in the testing lab at the deodorant company.
Raise your arm, please. Oh, man, I hate this job.
Pretty regrettable, Gary. Unlike finding that low mortgage rate at Amerisave.com that's got you on your way to a lifetime of savings. Amerisave's rates won't be this low forever, so go to Amerisave.com now. Lower mortgage rates mean higher savings. Call 866-514-SAVE or visit Amerisave.com/licensing for cost information, terms, and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all states except New York. NMLS number 1168.
Does learning a language feel like this?
No habla español? Hablo. It's hablo? Yes. It's hablo. Bom dia, like good day, good morning, I think.
I can say, je m'appelle David, but that's probably it.
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
This year is my year to get fluent in Spanish, and Babbel is definitely going to help me do that. The app is so easy to use, and it's so practical. It helps you learn things that you will actually need.
Since my husband is from Guatemala, I'll apply what I've learned in Babbel to our real-life situations.
I've tried other language learning apps, and nothing really stuck. Babbel's been a complete game changer for me.
Hoy es miércoles y el clima está muy bueno afuera. Estoy con fome. Eu no tomé café de mañana.
Je suis des États-Unis et tu viens tu.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
When you support your local small businesses, it helps keep your neighbors employed, helps kids save for college, and strengthens your community. And Town Square Media South Jersey puts local businesses in the spotlight.
First Bank of Sea Isle City, Cape County's community bank.
Dr. Lyle M. Back for everything from skincare to cosmetic surgery. Go to ilovelylback.com.
Egg Harbor Independent Branch Leader at Charles Schwab in the Consumer Square Shopping Plaza.
Filling Marble and Tile Outlet, Philadelphia Avenue and Route 30 in Egg Harbor City. Visit fillingmarble.com.
Intuitive Women's Health in Summers Point, accepting new patients. Schedule an appointment today online at intuitivewomenshealth.net.
East Coast Roofing, Siding and Windows services all of South Jersey. If you call, they'll show up. Call East Coast today at 609-646-1444. Online at eastcoastroofing.com.
Thank you for supporting your local businesses. From Town Square Media, South Jersey.
You ready for competition? It's time for 5 questions.
3 in and left man 95. Number 5 will always love you. 5 times, not 10, you think.
All right, it's 5 questions. Get ready to wrap up the show tonight. We got Sixers action. Tomorrow, busy show. Sal Powell, Adam Kaplan, Colin Thompson. Happy Hour Friday, and Casey Joyner's breakdown of the game.
Thoughts on that Flyers game last night?
I thought the penalty with about 2 minutes left in the game was about as weak sauce as you can get. But other than that, look, the Flyers are not at full strength, but I feel that they're a good team. They're right there. But the benchmark is Boston. Boston's beat them, 3 times this year?
Yeah, but they fell apart. It's like they collapsed. It's like they can't. It's almost like the Sixers couldn't close out games against the Celtics in years past. It's like where the Flyers are right now. They can't close out that game. But when you don't have Sean Couturier,
it's like me judging the Sixers without having Embiid and then saying the Flyers aren't good enough when they don't have Couturier.
All right, well, here's question
They need blue line help.
Big time.
Bad.
Oh, my God, big
that
time.
game last night, if anything, is they need blue line help bad.
For sure. All right, so question number 2. It bleeds into that a little bit. We were talking earlier in the season about these back-to-back nights with these, but not so much back-to-back nights, but you play the same team 2 times in a row with the hockey. Don't you think that now on Friday, there's more juice to the game knowing what just happened against Boston last night? Like, I'm looking forward to Friday's game now because, like, how is this Flyers team going to bounce back from that emotional loss against the same team again? So do you see that being interesting? Like, does that now intrigue you more the way that the schedule is set up or not so much?
Yes and no. I mean, yes, because I agree with what you're saying, but I don't love the fact that they're playing all these 2-game back-to-backers. It's like, because it's like, okay, they beat you, you beat them. I get it. It's a different situation because of what happened in its Boston. And then you play Washington in back-to-backs this weekend. So you got 4 games against 2 teams that are going to test you. But I still don't love the back-to-back settings. You?
I'm more interested in it than I thought I would be. At first, I was with you, lots of splits and all, but it's not as bad as I thought in terms of that. And I like the storylines now. It adds a little bit more juice. So when we had Keith Smith on, we were talking about maybe expanding the NBA. Seattle is obviously a spot. Is there another city that you think would be cool? Like, everyone always brings up Vegas. Do you think Vegas, I mean, first off, you'd have to make it all work in terms of how you're adding the teams and where they're located for the Eastern Conference, Western Conference, and whatnot. But is there a city that you think would be cool other than Seattle?
Yeah.
Vancouver?
They already had a team.
I know they did. That's why I throw it out there again. But it's a hell of a city.
I got Nashville.
Nashville would be cool. They love their hockey.
I got Tampa.
Think your basketball team would do good in Tampa, though?
No. But I like to go down there on vacation, and it would be neat
This
to
isn't
have...
so much about the Gill destination here. It's for the success of the organization. That's amazing.
How about... I mean... Nothing's like jumping out at me.
Well, you would think if Seattle would be the Western Conference team, you'd have to add something over on the Eastern Conference, right, to make it even.
Pittsburgh, Baltimore, neither one of them have a team.
I'm not against something like that. I think they have a passionate fan base to kind of. I think Baltimore would be cooler than
you do like
Pittsburgh.
You could do like Pittsburgh doesn't care about basketball.
No, definitely not. I think Baltimore would be cool.
Yeah,
that'd be a cool one.
One other one, I guess, could be like if you put a team in like Buffalo, but that's like, nah.
Yeah, I don't see them being a passionate.
You were talking about an
basketball
Eastern.
Yeah,
area.
no, I'm with you. Sixers tonight. Is there a chance they fall on their face thinking, we got this?
No.
So,
no,
easy victory.
This is why, like, them not playing it back-to-back with like Charlotte. Now they have another game against a different team. See if like their mind, because they got Brooklyn on Saturday.
Let's hope they don't look ahead.
Right, exactly. This game tonight against a really depleted Portland team. Do they look ahead and look sloppy? Championship teams don't look sloppy tonight.
That's fair. All right, and then this is just me making up an own number, but Joel Embiid, over under 33 points.
Man, he's been over that number, it seems like, every night. I'm going to go under.
Because it could be such a blowout that they sit him on the bench with 28.
That wasn't what I was thinking.
Oh, okay.
No, I mean, I don't know that he keeps pumping 30 up every single night.
It's a different Embiid.
Nashville. How about St. Louis for a basketball team?
They got a passionate fan base.
Yeah, that's all I got on that. Montreal.
You know I'm all about the Canadian markets, baby. Sign me up.
Ottawa. Ooh. All right, game night's up next. And Fitzsimmons at 6:20 tonight. And Jay Blevins. We're back tomorrow. It's been a great sports bash. Hopefully you enjoyed it.
It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey tomorrow on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app with Tim